Hello there, and welcome to Twilight Tales, where the past is told softly at the pace of a quiet breath to carry you off to sleep. Tonight, we are going to sit with an idea that sounds a little strange the first time you hear it. That life inside a real medieval castle was far stranger and far harder than the fairy tale ever lets on. The castle of the storybooks, with its clean pale stone and its bright banners and its handsome knights. The real one. The cold one. Crowded one. And to promise you just how strange it was, let me name a few of the things we will find as we walk. We will find the little stone room built into the thickness of the wall that served as the castle toilet, and the odd belief that the smell rising from it kept the moths out of a lord's fine clothes. We will stand before one of the mightiest fortresses in all of France, a place a great king swore no army could ever break, and learn how it fell in the night when a single soldier climbed in through the shaft of that very toilet. And we will visit a castle by the water that swallowed something like 15,000 pounds of a king's silver, and was still left standing half finished, exactly as the workmen laid down their tools from that day to this. That is the thread we will follow tonight, again and again, softly, the way you might trace a crack in an old stone wall with one finger. The real castle was stranger and harder and more human than the story. To frighten you, only to marvel at it quietly, the way you marvel at anything very old and very human, from a safe, warm distance of 700 or 800 years. Before we begin, I would love to know where you are listening from. Perhaps you are somewhere cold tonight, with the wind pressing at the window and a lamp turned low. Perhaps you are somewhere warm, with the covers pushed down and a fan turning in the dark. Wherever you are, whatever the hour is where you rest, picture for a moment that the same moon that hangs over your roof once hung over these old towers too. Down on the people we are going to meet tonight, the ones who slept on rushes in a smoky hall, the ones who climbed cold stairs by candlelight, the ones who lived and worried and dreamed inside those walls. They are all gone now. The stones remember them a little, and so, for one night, will we. If a calm voice helps carry you off to sleep, then a quiet tap of like, or a soft press of the subscribe button, helps the next tired person find their way here too. That is all I will ask of you tonight. Now let your shoulders drop. The pillow take the weight of your head. Let your hands grow soft and still. And we will begin. Imagine then the first grey light of a morning many centuries ago. You are standing on a muddy road, a good way off, and ahead of you, rising out of the low mist, is the castle. From here it does not look cruel or grand. It looks like a great grey animal asleep on a hill, its back rounded with towers, its shoulders wrapped in stone. Smoke drifts up from somewhere deep inside it, thin and blue, and leans away on the wind. There is a smell in the air of wood smoke and wet earth, and something sour underneath, the smell of many people and many animals living close together in one place, day after day, year after year. You start to walk toward it, and the first thing you notice is how the castle grows as you come closer. From far away it seemed almost small, almost gentle. But the nearer you get, the more it looms, until the walls are not a picture on a hill anymore, but a real thing standing over you, taller than any house you have ever seen, taller than the trees. The stones are not smooth and pale the way they are in paintings. They are rough and stained and streaked green and black where the rain has run down them for a lifetime. Moss grows in the joints. Birds have made their nests in the high cracks, and you can hear them calling somewhere above you, small and far away against all that stone. This is the first thing the fairy tale never quite tells you. Castle is enormous, and it is heavy, and it was built to make you feel exactly the way you are feeling now, standing at the bottom of it. You'll been watched. A little afraid. That was not an accident. Every line of it, every tower and every wall, was arranged by people who wanted anyone approaching to understand, without a single word being spoken, that this was a place of power, and that they were not powerful here. Let us stay with that feeling for a moment, because it is the true beginning of the story. We think of castles as homes, and they were homes in their way. People were born in them and died in them, married in them, wept and laughed and grew old in them. But a castle was never only a home. It was a machine. A vast, cold, clever machine, built out of stone and timber and human labor, and its purpose was to keep some people safe and to keep other people out. Almost everything strange about living inside, one comes back to that single hard fact. Castle was built for defense first, and for comfort a long way second. And so the people who lived in it spent their whole lives fitting themselves into a building that had not really been designed for living at all. It had been designed for surviving. Think of how that would shape a life. The windows are small and narrow, because a wide window is a weakness, a place an arrow could come through, or a place the wind and the cold could pour in. So the rooms are dark. The walls are thick, so thick that a grown person could lie down inside the width of them and not touch either side, because thick walls are hard to break and hard to burn. So the rooms are cold, and they stay cold, because all that stone holds the chill of winter long into spring and gives it back to you slowly, night after night. The stairs are narrow and they twist, because a narrow, twisting stair is easy to defend and hard to attack. So climbing to bed is a careful, crowded, candle-lit business, up steps worn into shallow dips by all the feet that have gone before yours. Everywhere you look inside a castle, you are looking at a choice that was made for safety and paid for in comfort. And the people who lived there paid that price every single day in cold feet and stinging eyes and aching backs, without ever really thinking about it, because it was simply the world they had been given. It was the only world they knew. Now, before we go any further, let me say a soft word about how we are going to spend our night together. I am not going to rush you from one shocking fact to the next, the way a bright daytime program might. That is not what we are here for. Instead, we are going to move slowly, and we are going to go deep. We will walk in through the gate, and we will linger there a while, and I will show you every clever, cruel thing that gate was built to do. Then we will step into the great hall, the beating heart of the whole place, and we will stay long enough to feel what it was like to eat there and to sleep there, shoulder to shoulder with dozens of strangers on a floor of old rushes. We will climb to the private chambers and find the small, warm world the Lord and Lady kept for themselves. We will look, gently and without any fuss, at the castle toilet, which is one of the strangest and most human things in the whole building. We will stand in the roar and heat of the kitchen. We will feel the cold seep out of the walls. We will meet the great travelling household that move from castle to castle like a slow parade. We will watch from a safe distance what happened when an enemy came and the whole machine had to do the one thing it was truly built for. And near the end, when you are already half asleep, we will sit together and wonder how we can possibly know any of this at all, so many hundreds of years later, and the answer to that question is quietly one of the loveliest parts of the story. Through all of it, we will keep coming back to the same soft thought, like a tide returning to the same stretch of sand. The real castle was stranger and harder and more human than the fairy tale. Hold that gently in your mind. You do not need to grip it. Just let it rest there while we walk. So, let us go up to the gate. Imagine we are climbing the last of the road now, and the walls are rising on either side, and ahead of us the ground falls away into a deep ditch. Perhaps it is filled with water, a dark moat lying flat and still and reflecting the grey sky. Perhaps it is dry, a steep-sided pit of mud and stone. Either way, it is there to stop you. It is there to keep any enemy from simply walking up and leaning a ladder against the wall, and it is there to make it very hard for anyone to dig a tunnel underneath, because a tunnel that fills with water is no use to anybody. Already, before we have even reached the door, the castle is working against the person who would do it harm. Already the building is thinking, in its slow stone way, about how to keep itself alive. Across the ditch there is a bridge. And this bridge is not a fixed thing, not a friendly permanent crossing. Part of it, the last part, the part nearest the gate, can be lifted. It is a drawbridge, hung on great chains, and when the castle wants to close itself off from the world, that span of timber rises up on its chains until it stands flat against the gateway like a shield, and the road simply ends over open water or open air. Think of what that means for a moment. The way into the home could be taken away. The path to the front door could be pulled up into the wall and made to vanish. There is nothing in our ordinary lives quite like. But in a castle it was routine, an everyday piece of the machinery of safety, lifted and lowered as calmly as we might lock a door at night. We cross the bridge, and now we come to the gate itself, and here I want you to slow down with me, because the gateway of a castle is one of the cleverest and most quietly frightening things that people have ever built. It looks, at first, like simply the way in. Tall, arched opening in the base of a great tower, or between two great towers, deep and shadowed and cool. but it is not really a way in. It is a trap dressed as a way in. Everything about it was designed for the moment when an enemy tried to force their way through, and understanding that is the first step to understanding the whole strange mind of the castle. You see, the builders knew something very simple. The walls were strong. The walls were tall and thick and almost impossible to climb or break. So an enemy, thinking clearly, would not waste themselves against the walls. They would come for the one place in all that stone where there had to be an opening. The gate. The door. The single spot where the wall was not solid because people and carts and horses had to pass through it every day. The gate was the weakness that every castle was forced to have. And so the gate was the place where the builders concentrated all their cunning, piling defence upon defence into that one deep shadowed passage, until going through it, uninvited, became one of the most dangerous things a person could try to do. Let us walk into it slowly, and I will show you what I mean, and we will let the strangeness of it settle over us like the cool air under the arch. Because once you understand the gate, you understand something true about the whole castle, and about the whole hard, careful, frightened, ingenious world that built it. Rest here with me a moment, in the shadow of the gateway, and breathe. We are in no hurry at all. We have all night. Look up first, as we stand under the arch. Above your head, set into the stone of the passage, there is a row of dark square holes. They are not decoration. They are not for light or for air. They are called murder holes, which is a plain and honest name for a plain and honest purpose. From the chamber above, defenders could look down through those holes into the passage where you are standing. They could drop stones through them, heavy enough to break a shoulder or crack a helmet. They could push down anything that was hard and heavy and near to hand. And if an enemy had brought fire to burn the gate, the defenders could pour water down through those same holes to put it out. It was a simple idea and a brutal one, and it turned the ceiling of the gateway into a weapon. I will not dwell on the harder side of that, because it is not what we are here for tonight, and because the truth of it is quieter than the stories make it sound. But I want you to feel the cleverness of it, the cold, patient cleverness. People who built this understood that an attacker in the gateway would be looking forward, at the doors ahead and to the sides, at the walls pressing close. They would not be looking up. And so the builders put the danger where the eye does not go. Yellow above. Always above. All through a castle, the safe place is high and the dangerous place is low, and that single rule shaped everything, right down to the way the stairs were made to curl. Now look ahead of you, deeper into the passage. Set into the stone, top and bottom, there are long grooves running straight down from the ceiling to the floor. Those grooves are the tracks of the portcullis. And the portcullis is the thing most of us picture when we imagine a castle gate, that great grid of oak and iron that comes crashing down to seal the way. It hung above the passage, drawn up out of sight, held there by ropes and a winch. Its lower edge was often tipped with iron, sharpened into points, so that when it fell it would bite into the ground and into anything unlucky enough to be beneath it. And it was heavy. A large portcullis could weigh as much as a small cart loaded with stone, and when the rope was released, it did not lower gently. It dropped, came down fast and hard and final, and in the space of a breath or two, the open gateway became a wall of iron and wood. Here is the part that makes the gateway such a strange and fearsome place. Very often there was not one portcullis. There were two, one at the outer end of the passage and one at the inner end. Picture what that meant for an attacker who rushed inside. They would pour through the outer gate, thinking they had broken in, and then the inner portcullis would drop ahead of them, sealing the way forward. And then, behind them, the outer portcullis would drop as well, sealing the way back. And there they would be, caught in the deep stone passage, with iron before them and iron behind them, and above them the murder holes, and around them the walls too thick to break. The gateway was not a door at all. It was a box. Killing box, patient and cold, and the enemy walked into it on their own 2 feet, believing they were winning, right up until the moment the trap closed. Rest with that a moment, and let the strangeness of it wash over you gently. The most welcoming-looking part of the castle, the open arch, the way in, was in truth the most dangerous place in the entire building. That is the mind of the castle laid bare. Nothing is quite what it seems. Every kindness has a hard edge folded inside it. The door is a trap. The ceiling is a weapon. The bridge can vanish. And the people who lived here walked through this box of iron and stone every ordinary day, to go to market, to bring in the harvest, to greet a friend, and they thought nothing of it at all, because it was simply the shape of home. Let us step through, past the inner gate, and into the open space beyond, and let me show you the walls now, properly, from the inside. Above us, the walls rise on every side, and along the top of them runs a walkway, wide enough for a person to pace back and forth, sheltered on the outer edge by a line of stone. And that line of stone is not smooth and even. It rises and falls, like a row of square teeth against the sky. Tall parts gave a defender something to hide behind. The low parts, the gaps, gave them somewhere to look out from and to shoot from before ducking back into cover. It is a pattern so old and so common that we hardly see it anymore. It sits on the top of 1,000 castle drawings and 1,000 toy blocks. But every one of those stone teeth was a real answer to a real danger, a way for a person to watch and to defend, without offering their whole body to the arrows of the enemy below. And set into the walls themselves, here and there, you will see the arrow loops. They are tall, thin slits, narrow as a hand on the outside, barely wide enough to slide a letter through. But step up close to one on the inside, and you find that the stone has been cut away around it, opening into a wide splayed recess, so that an archer could stand in comfort and swing their bow from side to side, covering a broad sweep of ground outside, while the enemy saw only that thin dark slit in a vast blank wall. From the inside, a wide window onto the world. From the outside, almost nothing at all, a crack too narrow to aim at, too narrow to climb through, too narrow to matter. Once again, the whole thing is arranged so that the defender can see and strike while the attacker is left blind and exposed. Once again, the safety is bought with a kind of clever cruelty, and once again, the people who lived there simply lived among it, the way we live among the locks and alarms of our own time without ever really seeing them. Now, the very greatest castles took this idea of the wall and doubled it. They did not build one ring of stone. They built two. An outer wall, lower, and then, set behind it, an inner wall, taller. This is what we call a concentric castle, a castle of rings within rings, and it is one of the high achievements of the whole medieval world. Think of what it did to an attacker. Suppose they threw everything they had at the outer wall. Suppose, after terrible effort, they broke through it or climbed over it. They would not find themselves inside the castle. They would find themselves in a narrow killing ground between the two walls, a tight stone corridor open to the sky, with the low outer wall now at their backs, and the tall inner wall looming ahead of them, and along the top of that inner wall, defenders looking straight down at them from above. They would have spent all their strength to break in, only to discover that they had broken into another trap. The outer wall was never meant to be the last defense. It was meant to be the first of many, a thing the enemy could take and still lose. The design was so strong and so admired that when kings wanted to show the whole world what power looked like in stone, this is the shape they reached for. We will come, later tonight, to a ring of such castles built along the edge of Wales, and to the quiet, clever man who designed them, and to the astonishing amount of money and labour they swallowed. But hold that for now. Let it wait. We have not finished standing among the walls, 'cause I want you to feel the sheer weight of the place now that we are inside it. Everywhere you look, there is stone. Under your feet, stone. Over your head, stone. On every side, stone, cut and dragged and lifted and set, thousands upon thousands of blocks of it, each one shaped by hand, each one carried into place by the labour of people whose names we will never know. A great castle was not built in a season. It was built across years, sometimes across a lifetime, sometimes across more than one lifetime, so that the masons who laid the first stones were old or gone before the last stones were set. When you stand inside a castle, you are standing inside the frozen labour of a generation. You are standing inside years and years of somebody's life, turned to stone and left behind. And all of it, remember, all of this enormous effort, this ocean of stone and sweat and years, all of it was arranged first and foremost around one purpose: safe, keeping out. Comfort of the people who would live there came second, always second, and often a distant second. The walls that kept the enemy out also kept the cold in. The narrow windows that gave the arches cover also gave the rooms their gloom. Thick stone that would not break also would not warm. This is the great trait that sits under everything we will see tonight, and I want you to carry it gently with you as we go on. Safety and comfort pulling against each other, and safety winning nearly every time. So we have come in through the trap of the gate. We have stood among the teeth of the walls and the thin slits of the arrow loops. We have seen the double ring of the concentric castle, the trap behind the trap. And now, ahead of us, across the open courtyard, there is a large building set against the inner wall, taller and wider than the rest, with smoke rising from it and the sound of many voices coming from within. That is the great hall. That is the heart of the whole castle, the one warm crowded room around which all the rest of this cold machinery was wrapped. Let us cross the courtyard toward it, slowly, in no hurry, and step inside, and see what it was really like to live at the centre of a castle, in the one place that was truly, fully alive. Imagine we push open the great door and step inside, out of the cold courtyard and into the hall, and let the warmth and the noise and the smell of it fold around you. The first thing is the size. The great hall is the largest room in the castle by far, long and high, with a roof of dark timber beams arching over your head like the ribs of some vast wooden animal. It is the one room built to hold everyone, and everyone is what it holds. This is where the whole life of the castle gathered. Here the Lord received his guests. Here justice was done, and quarrels were settled, and bargains were struck. Here the household ate together every day, from the highest to the lowest, all under one roof, all in one room. And here, when the meal was over and the tables were cleared, many of them would lie down and sleep. The great hall was dining room and courtroom and meeting place and bedroom, all at once, all in the same wide, smoky space. A castle did not have many rooms the way a modern house does, each one kept for its own single purpose. It had a few large rooms that did everything, and the great hall did more than any of them. Let us look at how it is arranged, because the arrangement of the hall was a picture of the whole order of the world, as the people of that time understood it. At one end, usually raised up a step or two above the rest of the floor, there is a table set crosswise. That is the high table, and that is where the Lord sits, and his lady, and the most important guests, and the members of his family. They sit with their backs to the wall, looking out over the whole length of the hall, and everyone in the room can see them, and they can see everyone. Behind them, on the wall, there may hang a great cloth richly woven, or a canopy stretched over the Lord's seat, marking it out as the seat of power. To sit at the high table was to sit at the top of the world. To be placed there, or not placed there, told you exactly where you stood in the eyes of your Lord. And then, running down the length of the hall away from the high table, are the other tables, the long trestle tables where everyone else sat, ranked in a careful order that everyone understood. The nearer you sat to the Lord, the more you mattered. The farther away, down toward the great doors and the draughts, the lower your place. There was even a common phrase that some people sat above the salt and some below it, because a large cellar of salt was set on the table as a marker, and where you sat in relation to it told the whole company your rank. We think of a shared meal as a warm and equal thing. In the great hall it was warm, yes, and it was shared, but it was not equal, not for a moment. Every seat was a statement. The whole room was a map of who was great and who was small, drawn fresh at every meal. Now let me fill the hall for you, the way it would have been at the height of a great dinner, because this is one of the moments when a castle came closest to the shining picture in our minds. And even here, even at its most splendid, the reality was stranger than the story. The tables are crowded. Dozens of people, sometimes far more, are packed along the benches, elbow to elbow. There are no forks. People eat with their knives and with their spoons, and most of all with their hands and their fingers, tearing bread, lifting meat. In front of many of them, instead of a plate, there is a thick, flat slab of coarse bread called a trencher, and the food is piled onto that, and the bread soaks up the juices. And at the end of the meal the gravy-soaked trencher might be eaten, or might be gathered up and given away to the poor who waited at the castle gate. Dogs move under the tables and between the benches, waiting for what falls, and much does fall, bones and scraps and rinds, down onto the floor. And what is the floor? Ah, here we come to one of the strangest things of all, and one that many people find hard to believe the first time they hear it. The floor of the great hall was not bare stone, swept clean. It was covered, spread over with rushes. Rushes are a kind of long reed that grows by rivers and in wet ground, and they were cut and dried and strewn across the floor in a thick layer, sometimes mixed with sweet-smelling herbs, with lavender, or with meadow-sweet, or with fennel. Walk across the hall, and the rushes rustle and give under your feet. In the better households, in the better times, this made a soft, fragrant, pleasant carpet, renewed often, spread with fresh green herbs that released their scent as you stepped on them. It sounds almost lovely, and at its best it was. But here is the harder truth folded inside it, and I will tell it to you gently, because it is more strange than it is grim. In many households, the rushes were not renewed nearly often enough. Fresh rushes were laid on top of old ones, again and again, and the bottom layer, the deepest layer, was left undisturbed for a very long time. And down in that bottom layer, over the months and the years, all the leavings of the hall collected and stayed. The bones and scraps that fell from the tables. The mess the dogs left behind. The spills of ale and the drippings of grease. Everything that the life of a crowded hall let fall onto the floor sank down into the rushes and remained there, out of sight, gathering. We do not have to imagine this. We have the words of a real man who saw it with his own eyes and wrote them down. His name was Erasmus, a great scholar of the early 1500s, a careful and observant man who travelled widely and thought deeply. And in a letter he described the floors of the houses he had seen, and his description has come down to us across all these centuries. He wrote that the floors were laid with clay and covered with rushes, renewed now and then on the top, but so poorly renewed that the bottom layer might lie untouched for 20 years, harbouring beneath it all manner of spilled and dropped and discarded things that he did not think fit to name. 20 years. Rest on that number a moment. The same layer of rushes on the floor, the deepest one, older than a child grown to adulthood, holding within it 2 decades of the small daily leavings of a crowded hall. That is the floor people ate above and danced above and lay down to sleep upon. It is worth saying, in fairness, that Erasmus was writing a little after the great age of castles, and that the very finest households did keep cleaner floors than this. But even at its cleanest, the medieval hall was a place where the ground beneath your feet was a living thing, rustling and fragrant and never entirely clean, and where the line between the sweet-smelling herbs on top and the darker truth beneath was only a matter of how recently someone had bothered to sweep. The fairy tale gives us a marble floor. The real hall gave you rushes and herbs and mystery underneath. Above all this, the air of the hall was thick and layered and always moving. In the older halls, the fire burned in an open hearth set right in the middle of the floor, a great bed of glowing wood, and the smoke from it rose straight up and gathered under the high roof and drifted out through a vent or a gap in the timbers far above. Meant the whole upper air of the hall was hazed with wood smoke, blue and slow, stinging a little at the eyes, settling its scent into the hair and the clothes of everyone in the room. People simply lived inside that smoke. It was the smell of warmth, the smell of home, the smell of being safe and fed. And later, in the grander castles, the fire was moved to the side, into a fireplace built into the thick of the wall, with a chimney to carry the smoke up and out, and this was a great and welcome change. But even then, a fire large enough to warm so vast a room threw its own haze into the air, and the hall was never quite as clear as the outdoors, and never meant to be. So there is your great hall, at its liveliest. The Lord raised up at the high table under his canopy. The ranks of the household spread down the long tables in their careful order, above the salt and below it. The trenchers of bread, the fingers and the knives, the dogs beneath the benches. The soft, deep carpet of rushes, sweet on top and secret underneath. The blue smoke drifting under the beams. The noise of many voices, the barking, the scrape of benches, the crackle of the fire. It is warm, and it is crowded, and it is alive, gloriously alive, in a way the cold stone corridors of the castle never are. And this is where they wanted to be, all of them. When the day's work was done and the cold came down, everyone who could pressed into the hall, into the light and the warmth and the company, because the hall was the one place in all that grim machinery of stone where a person could feel truly held. The hall had one more use, and it is the one that surprises people most, and I have been saving it, because it belongs to this hour of the night. When the great dinner was over, and the tables were lifted off their trestles and stacked away against the walls, the hall did not empty out into 100 separate bedrooms. There were no 100 bedrooms. There was the hall. And so, when night came, a great many of the people of the castle simply lay down where they were, on the floor of the hall, on the rushes, wrapped in their cloaks or in whatever bedding they had, close to the dying warmth of the fire, and slept there together side by side, the whole crowd of them, in the one large room. Let us stay with that image for a while, because there is something in it that reaches right into tonight and into you, lying wherever you are lying now, about to do the very same thing they did, and close your eyes in the dark. Imagine the hall late at night then, long after the meal. The great doors are barred. The fire has burned low, down to a deep red bed of embers that pulses softly when the draught touches it. Tables are gone, cleared away, and in the space they leave, bodies are lying down all across the rushes. Ye fools! Holmes? Men-at-arms not on watch. Guests of lower rank. Sometimes 30 of them, sometimes many more, arranged across the floor of the one warm room, each finding a place, each settling as near to the fading heat of the hearth as their rank allowed. The most important among them lie closest to the fire and to the high end of the hall. The least important lie farther off, nearer the cold doors, where the draughts come in under the timber. Even in sleep, even lying on the floor, the order of the world held. Even here some slept warm and some slept cold, and everyone knew which they were. There was little privacy in this, and by our way of thinking, almost none at all. You slept in your clothes, or nearly so. You slept among the sounds of many other people sleeping, the coughs and the shifting and the low talk, the settling of the dogs, the small collapses of the burning wood. If you woke in the night, you woke into a room full of breathing strangers and glowing embers and drifting smoke, and the enormous dark shape of the hall rising over all of it into shadow. And this was normal. This was simply what night was for most of the people in a castle for their whole lives. The idea that a person should have a room to themselves, a door they could close, a private darkness of their very own, would have seemed to most of them like a strange and lonely luxury, the sort of thing only the very greatest could dream of. And here is a soft and human thing to rest on. There was, in all that crowding, a kind of safety. To sleep in a room full of your own people, near the warmth, behind barred doors and thick walls, with the watch pacing the ramparts high above you, was to sleep held on every side. It was not private, but it was not lonely. The cold was outside. The dark was outside. The danger, whatever it was outside, beyond the walls that had cost a generation of labour to raise. And inside, in the low red light, the household lay together and slept, packed close as a litter of animals in a burrow, warm because they were many, safe because they were behind stone. There is something in that, I think, that even now, so many centuries later, a tired person can understand. Comfort of not being alone in the dark. But not everyone slept on the floor of the hall. The Lord did not. His lady did not. Their children did not, nor did the most important members of the household. They had somewhere else to go, a place set apart, and to reach it we must leave the warmth of the hall behind and climb. So let us rise gently and cross the dark floor, careful not to wake anyone, and find the small door at the high end of the hall, the one behind the Lord's table, and pass through it and go up. The stair is narrow, and it curls, twisting up inside the thickness of the wall or up inside a tower. The steps are steep, and the middle of each one is worn into a shallow, smooth hollow by the passing of many feet over many years. There is no light but the candle you carry, and its little flame leans and shivers in the draught that always breathes through these stairways. Round and round you climb, in the tight stone spiral, your shoulder brushing the cold curve of the wall, until at last you come to another door and push it open and step into the private chamber of the Lord. This room had a name, and the name is a beautiful one. It was called the Solar. The word solar makes us think of the sun, and there may be a little of that in it, the idea of a bright upper room lifted above the smoke and bustle of the hall. But its truest meaning is simply this. The solar was the private room. It was the place the Lord and Lady could withdraw to, away from the crowd, away from the noise, away from the 100 watching eyes of the great hall below. In a world where nearly everyone lived their whole lives in public, in company, on display, the solar was one of the only places where a powerful person could close a door and simply be. And that, more than any comfort or any richness, is what made it precious. It was privacy in an age that had almost none. It was quiet in a place that was almost never quiet. It was a small pocket of stillness held high above the roaring life of the hall. Let us look around it. It is smaller than the hall, of course, and warmer, because a smaller room is easier to heat, and because a great person could command a fire of their own. There is a fireplace built into the wall, and the fire in it is banked and glowing, throwing a soft orange light up the stone. And the walls, which are bare cold stone like everywhere else in the castle, are here hung with cloth. Great woven hangings, tapestries, cover them from near the floor to high up toward the ceiling. In our minds, we think of tapestries as art, as beautiful pictures woven in wool and hung up to be admired. And they were beautiful, and they were admired. But that was not their first purpose, or not their only one. Tapestries were there to fight the cold. You see, stone is a cruel material to live against in winter. It does not hold warmth. It drinks it. A stone wall in a cold season is not merely cold to the touch. It pulls the heat out of the room, out of the air, out of your body if you stand too near it. And worse, in damp weather the stone sweats, beading with cold moisture, so that the very walls seem to weep. To hang a thick woven cloth over that stone was to put a barrier between the room and the chill. Tapestry trapped a thin layer of air against the wall and cut the draughts that crept through every crack and joint and softened the hard cold breath of the stone. So the beautiful pictures on the walls of the solar were doing quiet hard work all winter long. They were keeping the people inside alive and warm. Beauty and need woven into the very same cloth. That is so much of what a castle was. And in the solar there stood the bed, and the bed was the single most valuable and most cared for object in the whole private world of the lord and lady. It was large, and it was raised up off the cold floor, and it was surrounded by curtains, heavy curtains that hung from a frame all around it and could be drawn shut. Think of why. When the curtains were pulled closed, the bed became a small room within the room, a warm cave of cloth, and the heat of the two bodies inside it was trapped in that little space, and held there through the cold hours of the night. The curtains kept out the draughts that wandered the chamber. They kept out the last of the winter that the tapestries had not stopped. And they gave, as well, the last measure of privacy, a private dark inside the private room, the innermost pocket of stillness in the whole vast stone machine of the castle. To lie in a curtained bed in a tapestried solar, with a fire glowing and the wind shut out beyond the walls, was to be as safe and as warm and as private as it was possible for a human being to be. In that age, in that world, it was the very summit of comfort. And it was still colder and darker and harder than the room you are resting in tonight. That is worth pausing on, gently, without any judgment, only wonder. The best that a great lord could do, the most comfort that all his power and all his wealth could buy him, was a curtained bed by a small fire in a tapestried room. No lamp he could turn up to banish the dark. No warmth at the turn of a dial. No way to make the long stone corridors outside his door anything but cold. The distance between the grandest bed in the castle and the floor of the hall where the servants slept was real, and it mattered, and everyone felt it. But the distance between that grandest bed and the ordinary bed you are lying in now is greater still. We forget that, I think, when we picture the past. We imagine the Lord living in ease. But his ease was a hard-won pocket of warmth in a building made of winter, and he clung to it, curtain-drawn, fire-banked, exactly as gratefully as anyone ever clung to a warm bed on a cold night. Beyond the solar, in the greatest castles, there might be a few more private chambers, small rooms opening off one another, for the family, for honoured guests, for the most trusted servants who slept near their master. But there were never many. The castle was not a honeycomb of little bedrooms. It was mostly great shared spaces, the hall above all, with only a precious few private rooms held apart at the top of the winding stairs for the very greatest. And the strange truth is that the higher your rank, the more alone you were permitted to be. Solitude was not something the poor enjoyed and the rich escaped. It was the other way around entirely. Privacy was a luxury, and like every luxury, it flowed upward to the few and left everyone else to sleep in company on the rushes below. Now, off the solar, or off one of these private chambers, tucked into the thickness of the wall, there is a small door. A low, plain, narrow door, easy to miss. And behind it is a tiny room, hardly a room at all, more of a stone closet built into the wall. It is one of the strangest and most surprisingly clever places in the whole castle, and it is where we are going next, because no honest walk through a real castle can leave it out. It is the castle toilet. It had a curious name and a stranger set of uses than you would ever guess, and it will tell us more about the daily life of these people than almost anything else we have seen. So let us open that low door gently and step inside, and I promise to keep it soft and to keep it kind. This little room had a name that will surprise you, because it does not sound like the name of a toilet at all. It was called the garde-robe. And if you know a little French, you may already hear something odd in that word, because garde-robe means, quite plainly, a place to guard robes, a place to keep clothes. The very same word that a French speaker today might use for a wardrobe, for a closet where you hang your coats. Why on earth would the castle toilet share its name with the clothes closet? That small puzzle opens the door onto one of the most curious beliefs of the whole medieval world, and we will get to it. But let us first look at how the thing was actually built, because the building of it is genuinely clever. The garde-robe was set into the great thickness of the outer wall. Remember how thick those walls were, thick enough to lie down inside. That thickness gave the builders room to hollow out a small chamber within the wall itself, just large enough for one person, with a stone seat built into it. And in that seat there was an opening, and below the opening there was a shaft, a chute, dropping straight down through the inside of the wall. Everything that was left on the seat fell down that shaft. And at the bottom the shaft opened out, well below, and emptied whatever came down it away from the living quarters. Sometimes it emptied into a deep pit dug at the base of the wall, a cesspit, which had to be cleared out from time to time. Sometimes the shaft simply opened onto the outer face of the wall high up, so that everything fell down the outside of the castle and away. And sometimes, in a castle with a moat, the shaft delivered its cargo straight down into the water below. Now, there is a plainness to this that I think is actually rather admirable, once you get past the strangeness. The people who built castles could not pipe water in and out the way we can. They had no way to carry waste off in flowing water through hidden channels. So they did the next best thing that stone and gravity allowed. They used the height of the wall and the pull of the earth. They put the seat high up, inside the thick wall, and let everything fall a long way down and out, away from where people lived and ate and slept. It was simple. It used no machinery at all, only the shape of the building and the patience of gravity. And it kept the mess mostly out of the rooms. For its time, with the tools and knowledge that time had, it was a genuinely sensible answer to a problem that every human being, king or servant, has to solve every single day. It was not, of course, pleasant. Let us be honest and gentle about that together. A shaft that carried waste down through the wall to a pit or to the base of the tower would in time gather a strong smell, and that smell could drift back up the shaft, especially in warm weather, and seep into the little stone chamber and out through its low door. This was a real trouble, and the people of the castle knew it well, and they thought about it, and they even had ideas for what to do about it. And that, at last, brings us back to the strange name and to the clothes. Here is the belief, and I will give it to you as they believed it, softly, as a thing that people once held to be true. It was thought in the medieval world that the strong smell rising from the garderobe shaft was good for clothing. Pleasant but useful. It was believed that hanging your robes and your gowns in that small smelly chamber in the fumes that rose from the shaft would keep the moths away. The sharpness in the air would drive off the little insects that eat wool and fur and ruin a fine garment, the moths and the fleas and the lice that were the constant enemies of anyone who owned good clothes. And so people did exactly that. They hung their best things, their woolen tunics and their heavy cloaks and their precious furs, in the same little room as the toilet, believing that the very smell most of us would flee from was quietly protecting their finery from the moths. That is why the toilet was called the garderobe, the guardian of robes. Because it was, in their minds, doing two jobs at once. It was where you relieved yourself, and it was where you kept your clothes safe from the pests, and the one thing that made it work for the second job was the very thing that made it unpleasant for the first. I find something wonderful in that, honestly. It is so human. It is such a practical, unbothered, matter-of-fact way to live. We would separate those two things by the length of the whole house, and never dream of putting them together. They looked at the same small, smelly room and saw, sensibly, a use for the smell. Whether it truly kept the moths away is another question, and we should be honest that this was a belief, a piece of the law of the time, and not a thing that anyone had carefully proven. But they believed it, and they acted on it, and the name of the room remembers that belief to this very day. Let us sit for a moment with what this tells us about keeping clean in a castle, because it is one of the places where the fairy tale and the truth pull farthest apart. We imagine, perhaps, that these were filthy people who did not care about washing. That is not fair to them, and it is not true. They cared a great deal about being clean, within the limits of what their world allowed. They washed their hands before and after meals, carefully, sometimes ceremonially, with water poured over the fingers into a basin, because eating with the hands made clean hands a matter of real importance. They bathed when they could, in wooden tubs filled by hand with water heated over the fire, a slow and heavy labour that made a full bath a special thing rather than a daily one. The great lords even carried a bathtub with them when they travelled, so much did they value the comfort of it. They changed their linen, the shirts and undergarments worn next to the skin, as often as they were able, because clean linen against the body was understood to be one of the keys to feeling fresh. But they were fighting a hard battle, and they knew it. Water was heavy, and heating it was slow, and the castle was cold, so that stripping bare to wash was no small thing in winter. There was no clean flowing water at the turn of a handle. There was no soap as we know it, only rough versions made from ash and fat. And there were the pests, always the pests, the fleas and the lice that lived in the bedding and the clothes and the very rushes on the floor, and that no amount of care could ever fully be rid of. So the people of the castle were not dirty by choice. They were clean by effort, as clean as enormous effort could make them, in a world that fought them every step of the way. And when you understand that, the garderobe stops being something to laugh at and becomes something to respect. It was their answer, a clever answer, to a problem we have only truly solved in the last century or so of all the long history of people. There is one more small figure I want to bring gently into the light here before we leave the garderobe behind, because he deserves to be remembered, and almost no one remembers him. Those cesspits at the bottom of the shafts, the ones that filled over time, had to be emptied. And there was a person whose work it was to empty them. He did the hardest and lowliest and most thankless labour in the entire castle, down in the dark at the base of the walls, clearing away what everyone else preferred not to think about. He was paid better than you might expect, precisely because the work was so grim that few would do it. And he went about his labour mostly at night, when the castle slept, so as not to trouble anyone. Bear him a soft thought tonight, this quiet, unremembered man, doing the necessary work in the dark while the household slept warm on the rushes above him. Every clean and comfortable place has always rested on the shoulders of someone doing an unseen and unpleasant task out of sight, so that the rest can rest. It was true in the castle. It is quietly true still. So that is the garderobe. A stone closet in the thickness of the wall. A seat, a shaft, a long drop into a pit or a moat. Clever use of gravity where no plumbing could reach. A place where the Lord hung his furs in the rising fumes, believing it kept the moths from his finery. A name that guards the memory of that belief across 800 years. And a lonely man in the dark who kept the whole thing working. It is not the picture the storybooks give us. But it is truer and stranger and in its own way far more interesting than any storybook toilet could ever be. And it tells you more about how these people actually lived, hour by hour and day by day, than 100 paintings of banners and knights. Now let us close that low door softly behind us, and leave the private world of the solar and its garderobe, and go back down the winding stair, past the sleeping hall, and out across the dark courtyard, toward a building where a light still burns and a low heat still glows, even in the depth of the night. For there was one part of the castle that almost never slept, one place where the fires were banked but never truly out, because the enormous task it performed began again before dawn and did not finish until long after dark. The kitchen. Let us go and stand in the heat of it, and see how a castle fed the small army of people who lived inside its walls. Imagine we cross the courtyard under the stars and come to the kitchen, and even before we reach the door we can feel the warmth of it reaching out to meet us, and smell the smell of it, wood smoke and roasting meat and baking bread and boiling broth, all mingled together in the cold night air. The first surprising thing about the great kitchen is where it is. In many castles, the kitchen was not built into the main block at all. It stood a little apart, a separate building, or set off at the end of the hall, with a gap of open air between it and the rooms where people lived and slept. And there was a very good and very serious reason for that gap. Fire. Kitchen held the largest and fiercest fires in the whole castle, burning all day, every day, and a kitchen fire that got out of hand could take the whole building with it. Fire was one of the great terrors of the medieval world. In a place full of timber roofs and dry rushes and stored grain and open flame. So the builders kept the most dangerous fire at arm's length from everything they most wanted to protect. Once again, you see, even the plan of the kitchen was shaped by fear, by the constant careful weighing of danger that ran under everything in a castle like water under a field. Step inside, and the heat wraps around you like a heavy cloth. After the cold of the courtyard, it is almost overwhelming, a wall of warmth that makes your face flush and your eyes water. This is the hottest place in the castle by far, hot in a way the shivering people in the hall could only dream of, and the people who worked here worked half-stripped and streaming, all year round, in summer and winter alike. The heart of it is the great fireplace, or in the older kitchens the open hearths, wide enough to roast whole animals, banked with a bed of fire so large it would fill an ordinary room. Above and around it hang the tools of the cook's trade, the hooks and the chains, the vast blackened pots, the long iron spits, the ladles as big as oars. Let me show you how the cooking was done, because it was cooking on a scale we can hardly picture in our own small kitchens. A great castle might have to feed dozens of people at every meal, and on a feast day, hundreds. That is not a family dinner. That is the daily feeding of a small crowd, done over open fire, without any of the machines we lean on, done by main strength and long hours and the endless labour of many hands. Over the fire, on the spits, the meat was roasted. A spit was a long iron rod, and onto it went whatever was to be roasted that day, a joint of beef, a side of pork, birds, sometimes a whole carcass, and the rod rested on supports at either end so that it could be turned slowly round and round before the blazing fire, so that the meat cooked evenly on every side and did not burn. And someone had to turn it. Hour after hour, someone had to stand there in that terrible heat and turn the heavy spit by hand, keeping it moving, keeping it steady, basting the meat with its own dripping fat so that it stayed rich and did not dry. This was the hardest and least loved job in the kitchen, and it was very often given to a boy, a young lad set to the spit because it needed no skill, only endurance. He stood as close to the great fire as a person could bear, his face scorched, his arm aching, turning and turning and turning while the sweat ran off him and the fat spat and hissed. Spare him a thought too, this boy at the spit, alongside the man at the cesspit, these small unremembered people whose weary labour made the comfort of everyone else possible. The feast in the hall began with a boy sweating by the fire in the dark. And beside the roasting fire hung the cauldrons, the great deep pots on their chains and hooks, and in the cauldrons bubbled the food that fed the many. Chief among it was a thing called pottage, and pottage was the true daily bread of the medieval world, far more than roasted meat, which was a richer food for richer folk. Pottage was a thick stew, made by boiling grains and vegetables together in the pot for a long time, with whatever else could be added, a little meat, a fish, herbs, beans, whatever the season and the store cupboard gave. It simmered over the fire, and as it was eaten down, more was added, more grain, more water, more vegetables, so that the pot was never quite empty and never quite the same from one day to the next. It was warm, and it was filling, and it could stretch to feed many mouths from little, and it was the quiet, reliable centre of what most people actually ate, day after day, all their lives. The swan and the peacock of the feast stories. Pottage. A good hot bowl of thick boiled stew, eaten with a spoon and a piece of bread, warming a person from the inside on a cold night. There is nothing grand about it, and there is everything human about it. And then there was bread, and bread was made in its own special place, in the oven. The oven was not like the fireplace. It was a chamber of stone or brick, shaped like a dome, like a great stone beehive, and it worked in a clever way that people still use for the very best bread even now. First, a fire was lit inside the dome itself, and it burned until the whole thick mass of stone was baked through with heat, glowing and radiant. Then the fire was raked out, all the coals and ash swept clear, and the loaves were slid inside onto the hot floor of the empty dome, and the door was sealed, and the bread baked in the deep steady heat held in the stone, with no flame touching it at all. That held heat, gentle and even and long-lasting, baked loaf after loaf, batch after batch, all through the day. The castle needed a great deal of bread, for the trenches, for the meals, for the poor at the gate, and the oven and the baker worked to meet that need without pause. The smell of it must have been one of the finest things in the whole place, that warm, deep smell of baking bread drifting out across the cold courtyard, a smell that means comfort and home to people in every age, including, I would guess, to you. So picture the whole kitchen alive at once, at the height of preparing a great meal. The roaring fire. The boy turning the spit in the heat, basting the dripping meat. Cauldrons of pottage bubbling on their chains, stirred with long spoons. The oven glowing, the baker sliding in the loaves. Cooks calling out, servants running between the kitchen and the hall with dishes held high, the clatter of pots, the ring of the knife on the board, the hiss and spit of fat on fire. It was hot, and it was loud, and it was frantic, a place of enormous effort and enormous heat, and out of all that roaring labour came the food that appeared, calm and ordered, on the tables of the quiet hall, where the Lord sat under his canopy and never had to think, for a moment, about the sweating boy and the blazing fire that had made his dinner. That is how it always is it not? Calm at the table rests on the storm in the kitchen. It was true then. It is true now. There is a gentleness I want to leave you with about the food of the castle before we move on. We tend to think of medieval eating as either great groaning feasts of roasted meat or else grim starvation, nothing in between. But the truth, as usual, is quieter and more human than either. Most days, for most people, it was pottage and bread and ale, plain and warm and enough. The great feasts came on the holy days and the special days, and they were remembered and treasured precisely because they were rare, a break in the ordinary round of stew and bread. And there was real pleasure in the food, real care taken with it, spices where they could be had, honey for sweetness, herbs from the garden, all the small skill of cooks who took pride in their craft. These were people who enjoyed a good meal exactly as we do, who looked forward to it after a long cold day, who found comfort in a warm bowl and good bread and the company of others around a table. The scale was strange to us, the labour was enormous, the fire was fierce and dangerous. But the thing at the centre of it, the warm shared meal, is one of the oldest and dearest comforts of being a person, and it beat in the heart of the castle just as it beats in your own home tonight. Now the fires are banked low. The great labour of the kitchen has stilled at last, down to a low red glow and a lingering warmth, waiting for the dark before dawn, when it will all begin again. Let us step back out into the courtyard, into the cold, and this time let us really feel that cold, because I have been promising it to you all night, and now it is time to speak plainly about the thing that shaped castle life more than almost anything else. The sieges, not the enemies. The cold, endless, patient, seeping cold that lived in the stones and that the people of the castle fought every day of every winter with fire and cloth and cleverness and simple endurance. Let us stand in the cold courtyard under the winter stars and talk about what it truly meant to be cold in a house made of stone. The cold of a castle was not like the cold we know. When we are cold today, it is usually a passing thing. We come in from the winter, and we close the door, and we turn up the warmth, and in a little while our world is comfortable again, and the cold is a memory on the far side of the glass. The cold of a castle did not stay outside the door. It lived in the walls. Was part of the house itself, and you could not shut it out because it was already inside, waiting in the stone. I told you earlier that stone drinks warmth rather than holding it, and I want to dwell on that a little, because it is the key to the whole hard business of keeping warm in a castle. A great mass of stone, a wall many feet thick, is like a vast cold sponge for heat. Light a fire beside it, and the fire does not simply warm the air of the room. The stone pulls at that warmth, drawing it into itself, so that a great deal of the fire's heat vanishes into the wall instead of warming the people. And the stone is slow. Takes the whole long summer for those thick walls to lose their winter chill, and by the time they have finally warmed a little, autumn is coming, and they begin to cool again, and then all through the winter they hold the cold deep in their heart and breathe it back into the rooms, day and night, without pause. To live in a castle in winter was to live inside a thing that was, at its very core, cold, and that would go on being cold no matter how many fires you lit against it. And it was damp, as well as cold, which made everything worse. In wet weather the stone did not just stay cold. It sweated. Cold moisture beaded on the inner faces of the walls and ran down them so that the very house seemed to weep in the winter. That damp got into everything. Into the bedding, into the clothes, into the rushes, into the wood, made the cold bite deeper, the way a damp cold always does, reaching into the bones in a way that a dry cold never quite manages. The people of the castle lived with damp walls and damp air through the long wet months, and they fought it as best they could, but they could never truly win, because the dampness, like the cold, was woven into the stone itself. So how did they bear it? How did they live, year after year, inside a house made of winter? They bore it with fire, and with cloth, and with closeness, and with a toughness of body that we, in our warm and easy age, can barely imagine. They bore it with fire, first of all. The great hearth in the hall, the fireplaces in the chambers, burning through every cold day, devouring wood by the cartload. Castle in winter ate an enormous quantity of firewood, and gathering and cutting and stacking and carrying all that wood was a labour that never ended, a background hum of work beneath all the other work of the place. And even with all that burning, the fire only ever warmed the space right around it. Step away from the hearth, back toward the wall, and the cold closed in again at once. So people crowded to the fire. They lived in a small warm circle around the flames, in a vast cold room, and the farther you were pushed from that circle by your rank or your luck, the colder your life was. Warmth itself was a thing that was shared out unequally, like everything else. The great sat near the fire. The lowly sat far from it. Even heat obeyed the order of the world. They bore it with cloth, as we have seen. The tapestries on the walls, holding a thin blanket of still air against the cold sweating stone. The heavy curtains around the beds, trapping the warmth of the body through the night. And they wore that cloth as well, wrapped around themselves in layers, in wool and in fur, indoors as much as out. A person in a castle in winter did not dress lightly indoors the way we do in our heated rooms. They kept their thick clothes on, their cloaks about their shoulders, their hoods sometimes up, moving through the cold house wrapped like travellers even though they were home. To be indoors was not, in a castle, to be warm. It was only to be out of the wind. Warmth had to be built, layer by layer, cloth by cloth, fire by fire, and even then it was a small and local and precious thing, a circle you carried with you and huddled inside. And they bore it with closeness, with the simple animal warmth of other bodies. This is why the household slept together on the floor of the hall, near the embers, packed close. Many bodies in one room make their own warmth and share it, and a person alone in a cold stone chamber would have been far colder than a person lying among the sleeping crowd by the fire. Curtained bed of the lord and lady worked the same way, trapping the warmth of two people in a small closed space. We think of the crowding of castle life as a hardship, and in some ways it was. But in the cold it was also a mercy. To be many and close was to be warm, or at least warmer. Solitude, that great luxury of the powerful, came at the price of being colder. The lord in his private chamber paid for his privacy in chill, and drew his bed curtains tight against the very quiet he had bought. There is something in all of this that I find deeply moving when I sit with it, and I want to share that feeling with you as you drift here in your own warm bed. These were people who were cold for months of every year, cold in a way that had no cure, cold in their own homes, and they did not despair of it. They met it. They lit their fires and hung their cloths and wore their furs and slept close and endured, and they went on living full lives inside that cold, being born and falling in love and raising children and growing old, laughing and singing and telling stories around the one warm hearth while the winter pressed on the walls outside. The human warmth of them was greater than the cold of the stone. That is the truth of it. All that stone, all that patient chill, and still they filled the place with life and warmth of their own making, gathered close around the fire, holding the winter off with nothing but flame and cloth and each other. There is a kind of quiet courage in that, an ordinary daily courage, that I think deserves to be remembered with tenderness. And it makes the comfort of your own night, right now, feel like a small miracle, does it not? You are warm. Cold is outside, truly outside, kept off by walls that hold the heat instead of drinking it, by warmth you did not have to build with your own hands out of firewood and fur. You can lie in a room by yourself, in the quiet, and be perfectly warm, a thing that not even the greatest lord in the greatest castle could ever quite manage. Feel that warmth around you now, and let it be a gift, and spare a soft, grateful thought for all the cold generations who never knew it, who kept each other warm, the only way they could, huddled by the fire against the breathing chill of the stone. They would be glad, I think, to know that you are warm tonight. They worked so hard, so long, against the cold. Let their long struggle make your own warm rest feel all the sweeter. Now, there is one more strange and wonderful thing about the cold of the castle, and it leads us onward into the next part of our night. Because the cold and the damp and the smell and the endless wearing down of one place by so many people living in it drove the great households to do something that seems at first almost unbelievable. They did not stay in one castle. They moved. The lord and the lady and their whole vast household, dozens or even 100 people and more, packed up nearly everything they owned and travelled from castle to castle across the year. A slow parade of carts and horses and people winding along the muddy roads, carrying their beds and their tapestries and their tableware, and even their windows with them. Why on earth would they do such a thing? Part of the answer is the very cold and dirt we have been speaking of. Let me tell you about the great travelling household, the moving castle, and you will see that even the way these people lived in place was stranger and cleverer than the fairy tale ever dreamed. Here is a thing that surprises almost everyone, the first time they truly take it in. A great lord did not usually own just one castle. He owned several, often many, scattered across the land, sometimes spread over a very wide stretch of country. And he did not live in one of them, while the others stood empty. He lived in all of them in turn, moving from one to the next through the course of the year, so that his home was not really any single place at all. His home was the road between them, and the household that travelled with him, Wherever he went, home went with him. That was the strange and restless truth of life at the top of the medieval world. Picture the household on the move, because it is one of the great sights of the age, and we hardly ever imagine it. It was not a small thing, a lord and a few servants on horseback. It was a whole travelling town. The household of a great noble might number anywhere from 30 people to 150, and sometimes more, all of them moving together. There were the lord and lady and their children. There were the great officers of the household, the steward who ran everything, the chamberlain who kept the private rooms, the marshal who commanded the stables and the horses and kept order among the rest. There were cooks and bakers and grooms and clerks and chaplains and guards and maids and boys of every kind, each with their task, the whole small machine of the household picked up and set in motion along the road. And they did not travel light. This is the part that astonishes people most. They took nearly everything with them. Not just their clothes and their food, but the furnishings of daily life, the very stuff of home. The beds came, taken apart and loaded onto carts because a bed was a valuable and treasured thing, and the Lord wished to sleep in his own. The linen came, the sheets and the coverings. Tableware came, the plates and the cups and the great salt cellars that marked the rank of the diners. Tapestries came, rolled up and carried along, those heavy woven cloths that fought the cold, so that the same beautiful hangings could warm the walls of whichever castle the household happened to be in. Chests and candlesticks and cooking pots came. And in the greatest households, even things you would never expect made the journey. Even the bathtub travelled with the Lord, so that he need not go without his bath. Even in some cases, the glass from the windows was taken out and carried along, because window glass was rare and costly, and it was cheaper and safer to move your own glass from castle to castle than to buy it new or leave it behind. Imagine that slow procession on the road. The lord and lady riding at the head, perhaps, or carried in a covered wagon. Behind them the long line of carts, heavy laden, wheels sinking in the mud, drawn by straining horses and oxen. The rolled tapestries, the dismantled beds, the crates of tableware, the barrels of provisions, the bathtub lashed on top of a load. The servants walking alongside or riding where they could. The guards watching the road for danger, for these caravans were rich and slow and tempting to robbers. The whole thing moving at the pace of the slowest cart, a few miles in a long day, winding through the countryside from one grey castle on the horizon to the next. It was home, on wheels, crawling across the land. And the people who lived this way thought nothing strange of it at all. It was simply how a great household lived, rooted nowhere, at home everywhere, carrying the comforts of the solar along the muddy roads in a train of creaking carts. Now, why? Why go to all this enormous trouble? Why not simply settle in one fine castle and stay there, warm and comfortable, and let the others be? There were several reasons, and each of them tells us something true about the world these people lived in, and one of them reaches right back to the cold and the dirt we have been sitting with tonight. The first reason was power and the need to be seen. A lord who owned lands and castles scattered across a wide country could not rule them from a single spot. In an age with no fast messages, no way to send word or oversee affairs from far off, a lord had to be present to be obeyed. He had to show his face. He had to be seen at each of his estates, sitting in judgment in each of his halls, so that the people who worked his lands and paid him their dues remembered whose land it was, and felt the weight of his eye on them. To govern, he had to travel. His moving from castle to castle was not a whim. It was the very act of ruling, carried out with his own body, riding the circuit of his own power, reminding a whole scattered country, hall by hall, who was lord. The second reason was food and the plain problem of eating. Castle full of people ate an enormous amount, and all that food had to come from the lands around it, the farms and the fields and the flocks of that estate. If the whole great household stayed in one place all year, it would eat that one estate bare, consuming faster than the land could give. But by moving on, the household ate the produce of each estate in turn, and then left, allowing the land it had emptied to recover and fill its stores again before the household came round once more. It was, in a way, a kind of grazing. The household moved across the Lord's lands the way a herd moves across a pasture, eating one part down and moving on to let it grow back. It was easier, too, to bring the eaters to the food than to haul the food to the eaters, in an age when moving anything heavy along bad roads was slow and costly. So the household went to the grain rather than the grain to the household. And the third reason, the one that brings us home to tonight, was cleanliness. Castle that was lived in hard by a great crowd of people, day after day, month after month, grew foul. We have seen why. The rushes on the floor filled with the leavings of the hall. The cesspits below the garderobes filled and had to be emptied. The whole place grew dirty and stale and smelling with the simple weight of so many people living so close for so long. But when the household packed up and moved on, it left the castle empty behind it. And an empty castle could be set right. The old rushes could be cleared away entirely and burned, and fresh ones laid down. The cesspits could be dug out and cleaned. The floors could be scrubbed, the rooms aired, the whole place scoured and sweetened and made fresh again, ready and clean for the next time the household came round on its long circuit. The moving was a way of never letting the dirt win. You did not clean the house while you lived in it, not fully. You left and let it be cleaned and came back to it fresh. The whole restless travelling life of the great household was, in part, one enormous answer to the problem of a place that could not be kept clean while it was full. I find that quietly wonderful and quietly sad and very human. These were the richest, most powerful people in their whole world, and they could not solve the problem of a dirty, crowded house any better than by walking away from it and coming back later. All their wealth, all their power, all their carts and their servants and their glass and their tapestries and still the simplest answer to a foul castle was to leave it empty for a while. It shows you, more clearly than almost anything, how hard the daily business of living really was, even at the very top, even for the ones who had everything their age could give. Fairy tale gives us a lord who lives forever in one shining castle, settled and permanent and at ease. The truth gives us a lord forever on the road, chasing clean rushes and full storehouses and the need to be seen, carrying his bed and his bathtub and his very windows through the mud from one cold grey stronghold to the next. Stranger than the story, harder than the story, and so much more alive. Let us leave the travelling household there, winding along its muddy road toward the next castle on the Lord's long circuit, and let us turn now to a question we have been circling all night without ever quite landing on it. Where did these castles even come from? Who built them, and how, and at what cost? Because a castle did not simply appear on its hill, finished and grey and ancient. Every one of them was raised, stone by stone, by the hands of thousands of living people, over years and years of back-breaking labour, and at a cost so enormous it could empty the treasury of a king. Let me take you now to a wild green corner of the world, to the edge of Wales, where one king built the mightiest ring of castles the medieval world had ever seen, and let me tell you what it truly took to build them. It is a story of astonishing ambition, and of one quiet genius, and of a fortune in silver poured out onto the rocks by the sea. King was Edward I of England, and in the later part of the 1200s he set out to bring the land of Wales, with its mountains and its proud princes, firmly under his rule. And the way he chose to hold that wild country, once his armies had marched through it, was not with soldiers alone, for soldiers can be sent home or driven off. He chose to hold it with stone. He would ring the north of Wales with castles, great new castles of the most modern and fearsome design, planted at the key places along the coast, so that the king's power would stand permanently in the landscape, grey and unmovable, watching over the conquered land forever. It was one of the largest and most costly building projects that had ever been attempted in that part of the world, and the castles it raised still stand today, 800 years later, so strong and so well made that we walk among them and marvel. 3 of the greatest were begun in a single year, in 1283. Their names are Conwy and Harlech and Caernarfon, and each of them is a wonder in its own way. Conwy rises straight out of the rock above its river, a long grey wall of towers with a whole walled town beside it, so that castle and town together made one great fortified place. Harlech stands high on a crag above the sea, so steep on one side that no enemy could ever climb it, a castle that seems to grow out of the very cliff it sits on. And Caernarfon, grandest of all, was built not merely to defend but to declare, with high walls banded in different coloured stone and mighty many-sided towers, meant to remind everyone who saw it of the power and the glory of the king who raised it. These were not rough border forts thrown up in a hurry. They were masterpieces, planned with enormous care, built to the very newest ideas of the age, meant to last for centuries and to overawe all who looked on them. And they have lasted. they overawe us still. And then, a little later, in 1295, the king began the last, and in some ways the most perfect of them all, on the flat island of Anglesey, across the water from the mountains. Its name was Beaumaris, which means the fair marsh, for the low, wet ground it was built upon. And because it was built on the flat, with no rock or crag to shape it, its designer was free to make it exactly as he wished, with no compromise, and what he made was the purest example of the concentric castle ever attempted. Do you remember the concentric castle? The rings within rings, the wall behind the wall. Beaumaris was that idea brought to perfection. A low outer ring of wall studded with towers, and set within it, rising higher, an inner ring, mightier still, so that an enemy who took the first wall would find themselves trapped in the narrow ground between, overlooked on every side. It was laid out with a beautiful, careful symmetry, balanced and exact, like a great diagram of defence drawn out in stone. Many who study these things call it the finest concentric castle in all of Britain. And here is the strange and touching thing about it, which we will come to in a moment. It was never finished. Now, who designed these marvels? Who held the whole vast scheme in his head? The walls and the towers and the gates and the traps, and turned a king's wish into standing stone. His name was James of St. George, and he is one of my favourite quiet figures in all of this history, because he was not a king or a prince or a warrior, but a builder, a master of the craft of raising castles, and his genius shaped the very skyline of a conquered land. Came from far away, from the region of Savoy, in the mountains between what we now call France and Italy, where he had already made his name building castles for the lords of that country. Edward brought him across the whole width of Europe to Wales, because he wanted the very best, and James of St. George was the very best there was. Oversaw the great works, castle after castle, moving between them, directing the armies of workmen, solving the endless problems of building something so huge and so strong in a wild and difficult land. The mind behind Conwy and Harlech and Caernarfon and Beaumaris was his. When you stand inside those walls, you are standing inside the imagination of a Savoyard master mason who has been gone for 700 years, and whose thought still holds up the stone above your head. Let me try to give you some sense of what it took to build such things, because the scale of it is hard to hold in the mind. A great castle was not built by a handful of skilled men over a season or two. It swallowed labour by the thousand. At the height of the summer building season, when the weather was good and the work could go fastest, the works at Beaumaris alone employed something like 3,500 men. 3,500. Picture that. An army of workers, not of soldiers, swarming over the rising walls and the muddy ground. There were the masons who cut and shaped and laid the stone, the most skilled and most valued of all. There were the diggers who dug the ditches and the foundations. There were the carpenters who built the scaffolding and the roofs and the great machines. There were the smiths at their forges making the tools and the ironwork, the nails and the hinges and the bars. There were quarrymen cutting the stone from the earth, and carters and boatmen hauling it to the site, and lime burners making the mortar, and countless labourers carrying and lifting and fetching from dawn to dusk. Castle under construction was one of the busiest, most crowded, most organised places in the whole medieval world. A small city of labour gathered on a muddy field, all of it bent to the single task of raising those walls. And it took years, not months. Years, and often many of them, and sometimes the work stretched on so long, with pauses and delays, that it never reached its end at all. Which brings us back to Beaumaris, the fair marsh, the perfect castle that was never completed. The trouble was money, and it is a trouble you might recognize, because it is a very human one. Building these castles cost a fortune, an amount of silver so vast it is hard to make it feel real. The great castles of North Wales together devoured something on the order of tens of thousands of pounds in the money of that day, at a time when a pound was a very great sum indeed, when a working man might earn only a penny or two for a day of labour, and there were 240 of those pennies in a single pound. So these castles cost the labour of many, many lifetimes, reckoned in wages. They cost more than the king could easily afford, even a king as mighty as Edward. And Beaumaris, begun last, was still rising when the money began to run short, drained away by the king's other wars in other lands. The funds came less and less reliably. The work slowed. The great summer armies of workmen shrank. And in the end the silver simply was not there, and the work stopped, with the castle grand and strong and beautiful, but unfinished, its towers never raised to their full intended height, its final glory never quite achieved. By the time the work truly ceased, something like £15,000 had been spent on Beaumaris alone, a staggering sum, and still it stood incomplete, and incomplete it has remained from that day to this. There is something wonderful and something sorrowful in that, both at once. Wonderful, because even unfinished, Beaumaris is so perfectly designed, so balanced and clever and strong, that it is counted among the greatest castles ever built. A masterpiece left half-spoken, like a symphony that breaks off before its final chord, and is beautiful even so. And sorrowful, because it reminds us that even the mightiest king, pouring out silver by the wagon load, commanding thousands of workers, employing the finest builder in all of Europe, could not always finish what he began. The reach of even the greatest men ran out. The money ran dry. The perfect castle was left forever a little short of perfect, standing on its fair marsh by the sea, waiting for a completion that would never come. Rest on that a while, softly, as you lie there in the dark. Think of that half-finished castle by the water, its low walls, exactly as the workmen left them when the last of the silver was spent, and they packed up their tools and went home, 700 years ago. Think of James of St. George, the master from the far mountains, seeing his most perfect design halted before its end, and how that must have sat with him. Think of the thousands of nameless men who cut and carried and lifted, whose whole strength went into those walls, and who never saw them finished either. All of it there still, The ambition and the genius and the labor and the disappointment, all of it turned to grey stone standing quietly by the sea, where the tide comes in and goes out, in and out, as it has for 800 years, as it will for 800 more. Castle sleeps now, unfinished and undefeated, and we can let it sleep and turn gently to the one thing all this stone and silver was ever truly for. The moment the machine was tested. The siege. Let me tell you, softly and without any horror, what happened when an enemy came and the great, cold, clever castle finally had to do the single thing it had been built at such vast cost to do. A siege was the great test of a castle, the moment all its walls and towers and traps existed for, and it was, for everyone caught up in it, a slow and wearing ordeal rather than a sudden storm. I will keep this soft, as I promised, because the sleep we are walking toward has no room for horror in it. The truth of a siege is quieter than the loud pictures we carry, and the quiet truth is worth telling. The first thing to understand is that a siege was mostly waiting. When an enemy came against a strong castle, they very rarely rushed straight at the walls, because rushing at the walls was, as we have seen, a fine way to be defeated by the murder holes and the arrow loops and the traps of the gate. Instead, the attacker usually settled in around the castle and simply stayed. They ringed it. They cut it off. They made sure that nothing could come in and nothing could go out. No food, no water, no fresh soldiers, no word from friends. And then they waited. A siege was, above all, a contest of patience and of supplies. Castle had thick walls and could not easily be broken. So the attacker tried, instead, to break the people inside, not by force, but by time. Gaga. By the slow grinding pressure of being shut in with no way out, and the stores running lower every day. And the castle, for its part, was built for exactly this. A well-made castle held great storehouses deep within its walls, packed against just such a day, with grain and salted meat and dried fish and barrels of ale, and above all with a supply of water, a well sunk down through the rock inside the walls, so that even if the enemy held every river and stream outside, the people within could still drink. Castle prepared for a siege could hold out for a very long time, months and months, feeding itself from its stores, drinking from its own deep well, while the attacker sat outside in the mud and the weather and grew tired and hungry too. For a siege was hard on both sides. The army outside had no thick walls to shelter in, no deep storehouses, and it had to feed itself from the land around, which it soon ate bare. Often it was a question of who would run out first, the defenders behind their walls, or the attackers camped in the coldfield. Sometimes the attackers gave up and went away, defeated not by arrows but by their own empty stomachs and the coming of winter. There is a famous case at a great castle called Kenilworth, where the defenders held out behind their walls and their water for the better part of half a year, through spring and into the deep of summer, and only gave up at last when the food inside was truly gone, and even then they were allowed to march out with honour rather than being overrun. Half a year. Imagine the slow wait of those months, the shrinking stores counted out day by day, the long boredom of the watch, the endless waiting on both sides, the defenders looking out from the walls at the patient enemy who would not leave, the attackers looking up at the walls that would not fall. That was the true face of a siege far more often than any wild assault. Waiting. Hunger. Patience. Time itself made into a weapon and pointed slowly at the people within. But sometimes the attacker did not have the patience to wait, or the castle would not starve quickly enough, and then they turned to other, harder ways of breaking in. They might build great machines, tall wooden towers to roll up against the walls, or engines to hurl heavy stones, throwing them against the stonework or over it, hour after hour, trying to batter a way through or to wear down the will of the people inside. And there was one method more, the most patient and the most feared of all, and it worked not against the top of the walls, but against their very roots. It was called mining, and it is a clever, quiet, frightening thing, and I will tell it to you gently. The miners did not attack the wall. They dug under it. Off out of sight, they began a tunnel, and they drove it slowly through the earth, in toward the castle, aiming for the foundation of a wall, or, best of all, for a corner, because a corner was the weakest point, the place where the stone was hardest to hold up. As they dug, they propped the tunnel with stout timbers, holding the earth and the great weight of the wall above from falling in on them. And when at last they had dug a wide space right beneath the corner of the wall, held up only by those wooden props, they filled that space with everything that would burn, brushwood and fat and dry timber, and they set it all alight, and they climbed out, and they waited. The fire burned away the props, and with the props burned through, there was nothing left to hold up the corner of the wall, and the great weight of the stone, no longer supported, came down. The wall broke, not because anyone had struck it, but because the ground had been quietly stolen out from under it, far below, in the dark. It was a slow and secret and patient way to bring down the strongest stone, and the defenders feared it, and they listened for it. They would set bowls of water on the ground, and watch for the trembling of the surface that might tell them miners were digging somewhere below. And if they suspected a mine, they might dig their own tunnel out to meet it, a countermine, so that the two sets of diggers met underground, in the dark, in the earth beneath the walls, which is about as strange and frightening a place for a struggle as one could imagine. There is a story of a king of England, Henry V, who is said to have fought in just such a place, down in the tunnels beneath a besieged town, where the miners of both sides had dug until they broke through into one another's darkness. I will not linger there. It is enough to know that the fight for a castle could go all the way down into the ground itself, below the deepest cellar, in tunnels dug for the single purpose of pulling the mighty walls down from beneath. And through all of it, through the waiting and the hunger and the machines and the mining, there was the quieter enemy that troubled both sides alike, and that was sickness. When many people are crowded together for a long time, whether shut inside a besieged castle or camped in a great army outside its walls, with the stores running low and the clean water running short, and no way to keep things as fresh as they should be, illness comes, and it spreads. and it can do more to decide a siege than any stone or arrow. Many a siege was truly settled not by any feat of arms, but by disease moving quietly through the crowded camp or the crowded castle, thinning the ranks on one side faster than the other. It is a soft and sorrowful truth, and I will leave it soft. Sickness was always the third army at every siege, taking its own toll from besieger and besieged alike, favouring neither patient as the grave. So that was the great test of the castle, and you can see that it was, most of the time, not a thing of sudden violence at all, but a long, slow contest of endurance. Who had more food? Who had cleaner water? Who could better bear the waiting and the weather and the sickness? Who lost heart first? The whole enormous machine of the castle, all its walls and towers and traps, all the silver and the years and the labour of thousands, came down in the end to this: to helping the people inside outlast the people outside, to buying time, turning a handful of defenders behind good stone into a match for a whole army in the open field. And most of the time, if the castle was well built and well stocked and well led, it worked. The attackers grew tired and hungry and sick, and winter came, and they gave up and went home, and the castle stood, and the people within had won simply by not falling. That was victory in the world of the castle. Not a glorious charge, just standing and lasting and still being there when the enemy finally turned and left. But not always. Sometimes a castle fell, and when a great castle fell, it was almost never because its mighty walls had been beaten down by main force. It was because of some small thing, some weakness no one had thought of, some overlooked way in. And there is one story of a castle falling, one of the most famous of all, that ties together nearly everything we have spoken of tonight: the walls and the siege and the mine, and, of all things, the humble garderobe, the castle toilet, in a way you will never quite forget. Let me tell you softly the tale of a great castle called Gaillard, and of the strange and lowly path by which it was lost. Château Gaillard stood on a high white cliff above a great river in the north of France, and it was thought in its day to be almost impossible to take. It had been raised by a famous king, Richard, the one they called the Lionheart, who was as skilled in the building of castles as he was in the fighting of wars, and he had poured his cunning into it. He is even said to have boasted that he could hold it if its walls were made of butter, so sure was he of its strength. It sat on its cliff with the river guarding one side and steep ground on the others, and it was built in rings, layer behind layer, the newest and cleverest design of its age, a castle meant to laugh at any army that dared to come against it. And for a long while it did. Castle came under siege in the very last years of the 1100s and the first years of the 1200s, when the King of France set out to take it from the English crown that then held it. He came with a great army, and he did all the things a besieger does. He ringed the castle. He cut it off. He settled in to wait and to starve the defenders and to break in by whatever means he could find. And the defenders, behind their mighty rings of wall, held on and held on through a long and bitter siege that stretched across months into the deep of winter and out the other side. The walls did their work. The design did its work. The place was as strong as its builder had promised, and the attackers, for all their numbers, could not simply batter their way through. But in the end, the great castle was lost, and it was lost not through its strong walls, but through a weakness so small and so lowly that it has been remembered ever since, half in wonder and half in a kind of rueful smile. And the weakness was a garderobe. Castle toilet. The very thing we stood beside earlier tonight, with its seat and its shaft dropping down through the wall. The story that has come down to us, and I will give it to you as a story that was told, an account passed down rather than a thing anyone can now be perfectly sure of, goes like this. There was, in one of the inner parts of the castle, a chapel, and set near or below that chapel was a garderobe, its shaft opening out onto the outer face of the wall, the way such shafts did, to let everything fall away and down. And a small party of the attackers, working in the night, found that shaft, that low opening in the outer wall where the garderobe emptied. And one bold soldier, a man remembered by a curious rough nickname, climbed up the very chute of the castle toilet, up through the wall by the way that was never meant to be a way in at all, because who on earth would ever think to guard the drain of a latrine? He reached the top and found a window, unbarred, and pulled himself through it into the chapel, and a few of his companions followed him up the same strange path. And once they were inside, they did a clever thing. They were only a handful, far too few to fight the whole garrison. So instead they made a great deal of noise. They shouted and clattered and made such a commotion in the dark that the defenders, startled awake, believed that a large force had somehow broken into the very heart of their castle. In the fear and confusion of the night, not knowing how many enemies were suddenly among them or how they had come, the defenders fell back in alarm. And in that alarm, the small party of attackers reached a gate and opened it and let their army pour in. The inner defences were breached, not by the breaking of any wall, but by a few determined men who had climbed in through the toilet in the dark, and then made themselves sound like 1,000. And so the great castle, the almost impossible castle, the pride of a lion-hearted king, began to fall. The defenders who remained fought on for a time, falling back through the inner rings, but the thing was decided. In the early spring of the year 1204, the last of them, a small band of knights and men-at-arms, something over 100 in all, were finally overcome and gave themselves up, and the castle passed into the hands of the King of France, who had wanted it so badly and besieged it so long. All that strength, all that cunning, the rings of wall, the high cliff, the guarding river, the boast about butter. And in the end, the way in was the way out of the latrine, found in the dark by a bold man with a strange nickname who was willing to climb up a place no one else would touch. I love this story, and I hope you can feel why, lying there in the quiet. It is not really a story about violence. It is a story about the strange smallness of the things that decide great matters. Here was one of the mightiest fortresses of its age, built by a king famous for building, thought to be beyond the reach of any army, and it was undone by an oversight so humble that it makes you smile, a drain that no one thought to guard. All night we have been walking through the enormous cleverness of the castle, the traps and the towers and the rings within rings, the murder holes and the portcullis, deep wells and the great storehouses, the years of labour and the fortunes in silver. And here, at the end, is the gentle joke the past plays on all that grandeur. The mightiest of them could still be lost through the lowliest of doors. Toilet, of all things. The garderobe. Guardian of robes, which for one castle on one dark night became the betrayer of the whole. And it ties our whole night together, does it not, this one strange tale? The garderobe we visited in the wall of the solar. The siege we spoke of, the waiting and the breaking in. The walls that could not be beaten by force and so were lost by cunning instead. All of it comes together on that white cliff above the river in the story of the bold soldier climbing up through the dark. It is the truth of the castle in a single tale. Stranger than the fairy story. Humbler than the fairy story. More human and more surprising and more quietly wonderful than any storybook siege of banners and shining armour could ever be. The real castle, and the real world of the castle, was always odder and more tender and more full of small human accident than the shining picture we carry in our heads. That has been the soft thread of our whole night, and here it is again, tied in a bough on the cliff above the river 800 years ago. Now let the sound of that siege fade away. Let the river below the white cliff go quiet, and the dark chute go still, and the noise and the alarm settle into the long silence that has covered it all for so many centuries. We have walked the whole castle now, you and I. We have come in through the trap of the gate and stood among the teeth of the walls. We have warmed ourselves in the great hall and lain down among the sleepers on the rushes. We have climbed to the solar and drawn the bed curtains against the cold. We have opened the low door of the garderobe and learned its strange secret. We have stood in the roaring heat of the kitchen and felt the patient chill of the stone. We have watched the great household wind along its muddy road, and watched a king pour out his silver on the rocks of Wales, and watched softly the slow ordeal of a siege, and the fall of the mightiest castle of all through its humblest door. We have seen the real thing in all its strangeness, so far from the fairy tale, so much harder and stranger and more alive. And now there is one question left, the gentlest and in some ways the loveliest of all, and it is the perfect thing to rest on as the night draws down towards sleep. How? How do we know any of this? How can we possibly stand here 800 years later in a world these people could never have dreamed of, and speak of the rushes on their floors and the fumes in their garderobes and the 3,500 men who laboured at Beaumaris in the summer sun? and the bold soldier climbing the drain at Gaillard in the dark. They are all gone. Their voices fell silent centuries ago. And yet we know them. We know their homes and their habits, their comforts and their troubles, the shape of their days. How? Let me tell you softly, as the last part of our long night together, how the past whispers to us across all that time, and how patient and clever people have learned to listen. It is a quiet story and a beautiful one, and it will carry you the rest of the way down into sleep. The first way we know is the plainest of all, and you have been surrounded by it all night without my saying so. The stones. Castles are still here. That is the wonderful thing about building in stone, that it lasts, that it outlives everyone who touched it, that it stands in the landscape century after century, patient and grey, long after the hands that raised it have turned to dust. Conwy and Harlech and Caernarfon still stand in Wales. Beaumaris still sits unfinished on its fair marsh by the sea, exactly as the workmen left it when the silver ran out 700 years ago. And a person today can walk into these places and climb the winding stairs and stand in the great halls and put a hand on the cold stone and see with their own eyes the arrow loops and the murder holes and the grooves where the portcullis ran. The buildings themselves are the first and greatest record. They are a book written in stone, and anyone who learns a little of how to read them can hear a great deal of what they have to say. Because a castle, read carefully, tells its own story. The thickness of a wall tells you what it was built to withstand. The narrowness of a window tells you the fear that shaped. The winding of a stair tells you it was made to be defended. The little garde-robe in the wall with its shaft and its seat tells you exactly how these people solved the daily problem we all share, and where the waste was meant to go, and even, sometimes, where the cesspit was that had to be emptied. The blackened stone of the kitchen fireplace tells you where the great fires burned. The marks on the walls where beams once rested tell you where the floors and the roofs used to be, floors and roofs long rotted away, remembered now only by the empty sockets in the stone that once held them. People who study old buildings can read all of this and more, the way you or I might read a page of writing, and they can reconstruct from the silent stone alone a great deal of how the place was used and how its people lived. Castle keeps its own memory in its very bones. And then, below the stone, in the ground, there is the second great record, and this one has to be gently uncovered. It is the record that patient diggers find beneath the earth, the things the people of the castle dropped and lost and threw away and left behind, waiting in the soil for someone to find them centuries later. This is one of the quietest and most touching ways the past speaks to us, because it does not speak to us through the words of the great and the powerful, but through the small, forgotten things of ordinary life. In the old cesspits below the garde-robes, in the rubbish heaps outside the walls, in the deep, undisturbed layers of the floors, the diggers find the true leavings of daily life. Broken pots, worn-out shoes, the bones of the animals that were eaten, which tell us exactly what was on the table. pips and seeds and shells of the fruits and foods they ate. Pins and buckles and coins and combs, all the small hard things of a life that do not rot away, but wait patiently in the dark of the earth to be lifted out at last into the light and understood. Think of that. The rubbish of 800 years ago, the very things these people considered worthless and threw away, have become, across all that time, some of the most precious things we have. A broken cooking pot, cast aside as useless, tells us how they cooked. A heap of animal bones by the old kitchen tells us what they ate and how it was butchered, and even, sometimes, whether the ears were fat or lean. The stones and seeds in a cesspit tell us what fruits grew in their gardens and came to their tables. Nothing that was written, nothing that anyone meant to be remembered, tells us these homely things. Only the rubbish tells us, only the discarded and the dropped and the buried. The great leave us their castles and their grand deeds. But it is the ordinary leavings in the ordinary ground that give us back the texture of an ordinary day. And there is something so gentle and so democratic in that past should be recovered not only from the boasts of kings, but from the broken pots and the fruit stones of people whose names were never written anywhere at all. And there is a third record, and this one is written, and it is different from what you might expect. When we think of written history, we think of chronicles, of the great storytellers who wrote down the deeds of kings and the outcomes of battles, and there were such writers, and we will come to them. But some of the most valuable writing of all is far less grand than that. It is the accounts, the lists, the dull, careful, patient records that were kept not to tell a story, but simply to keep track of money and work and stores. And these dry lists, kept by clerks who never dreamed anyone would read them centuries later, have turned out to be some of the richest treasures of all. Remember how I told you that 3,500 men worked at Beaumaris in the height of one summer, and that £15,000 were spent before the work stopped? How could anyone possibly know such a thing so exactly across so many centuries? The answer is that someone wrote it down at the time, not as history, as bookkeeping. King's clerks kept careful accounts of every penny spent on the great castles, because the king wanted to know where his silver was going, as anyone paying for so vast a project would. And those accounts survived. The lists of wages paid to the masons and the diggers and the carpenters and the smiths. The costs of the stone and the timber and the iron and the lime. The numbers of workers employed, week by week, season by season. It is all there, in the dry, patient hand of clerks who were only doing their daily job, and never imagined that their account books would one day be the very thing that let people, 700 years later, stand in the ruins and say, with wonder, 3,500 men worked here in the summer sun, and here is what they were paid. I find that quietly marvellous. The most boring documents in the world, the account books, the wage lists, the tallies of stone and nails, have become a window straight into the living reality of the past, clearer and truer in their way than any grand chronicle. Chronicle might tell you that a king built a mighty castle. The account book tells you how many men lifted the stones and what they earned for a day's labour, and how the money slowed and failed at the end, and exactly why the perfect castle was never finished. The great story is in the dull list. The truth is in the numbers no one meant to be memorable. Whenever you hear a very exact fact about the daily life of the distant past, a number of workers, a cost, a quantity of grain, there is very often a patient clerk behind it, long dead, whose careful, boring record has outlived every song and every legend of his age. There are other written records too, of the same humble and precious kind. The rolls of the courts, where the small quarrels and crimes and dealings of ordinary people were written down, so that we can hear, faintly, the voices of folk who never wrote a word themselves, caught in the act of arguing over a debt or a boundary or a broken promise. The records of the church, the marriages and the burials and the gifts, the letters that people wrote to one another, a few of which have survived, giving us the astonishing gift of a real voice, a real person, worrying about real things across all those centuries. Each of these is a small window, and no single one of them gives the whole picture, but set them all together, the stones and the buried rubbish and the account books and the court rolls and the letters, and slowly, patiently, a real world comes back into view. Perfectly, never perfectly, truly enough that we can walk through it as we have walked through it tonight, and feel it around us, and know that we are not merely imagining, but remembering. And that leaves the chroniclers, the storytellers proper, the ones who set out, at the time or a little after, to write down the great events of their age. It is from them that we get many of our most vivid tales, including, very likely, the story of the bold soldier climbing the drain at Gaillard. And here I must say a gentle and honest word, because it matters, and because it is part of the truth of how we know things. The chroniclers are wonderful, and they are also to be handled with care. They were people, with their own loyalties and their own beliefs, and they wrote to tell a good story as much as to record a plain fact. They were not always there themselves. They sometimes wrote of events long past or far away, passing on tales they had heard. And so a story from a chronicle is a precious thing, but it is a told thing, a remembered thing, and not always a certain thing. That is why all night, when I have come to the most colourful tales, the soldier in the drain, the fumes that kept the moths from the furs, I have said to you softly that these are accounts, things that were told, rather than things we can be perfectly sure of. Care is not a weakness in our knowing. It is the very heart of it. To know the past truly is also to know how we know it, and how firmly, and where the solid ground of the account book gives way to the softer ground of the told tale. Let me give you one lovely example of how a single small piece of writing can light up a whole corner of the past, and it is one we touched on earlier tonight in the great hall. The rushes on the floor. The deep old layer at the bottom that Erasmus said might lie undisturbed for 20 years. How do we know a thing like that, so odd and so exact? We know it because that one careful, observant man, Erasmus, happened to write it down in a letter in the early 1500s, describing the flaws he had seen with real distaste. He did not write it to be remembered. He wrote it, most likely, as a passing complaint, a scholar's fussy note about the poor housekeeping of a place he was visiting. And that passing complaint, that little burst of a real person's real irritation, has survived across 500 years, and it is now one of the most quoted descriptions we have of what those flaws were truly like. Think of the strangeness and the beauty of that. A man is annoyed by a dirty flaw. He grumbles about it in a letter to a friend. And 500 years later, that grumble is a treasure, because it is a true voice, a real eye, a person who actually stood in such a room and looked down at such a flaw and told us honestly what he saw. We should be a little careful with it, as we are careful with all such things. Erasmus was writing a little after the great age of castles, and he may have been describing the worst he had seen rather than the ordinary, for a person in a temper reaches for the worst example. The finest households surely kept cleaner floors than the one he complained of. But even with all that care, his little grumble is gold, because it is real, because it is human, because it is the actual reaction of an actual person to the actual world we have been walking through. The account books give us the bones of the past, the numbers and the costs. But it is the letters, the grumbles, the passing human words that give us its warm breath. And this is where all our ways of knowing come together into something that feels almost like magic, though it is really only patience. No single record could ever give us the castle whole. The stones give us the shape of the runes, but not the smell of them. The account books give us the cost of the walls, but not the feeling of standing inside them. The buried rubbish gives us the bones of the animals they ate, but not the taste of the meal. The chronicles give us the great tales, but hold them at arm's length, told and retold. But lay all of it side by side, the stone and the soil and the ledger and the letter and the tale, and let patient people spend their lives fitting the pieces together, and slowly the whole world rises up again out of the fragments. The shape from the stones, cost from the ledgers, the diet from the bones, the daily quarrels from the court rolls, the great events from the chronicles, and here and there, like sudden sunlight, a real human voice from a surviving letter, grumbling about a dirty flaw and bringing the whole thing to life. That is how we know. Not from any one place, but from all of them together, read with care, over long and loving labour. And I want you to notice something gentle about all of this, as we near the end of our night. The things that have survived best are very often not the things the people of the castle would have expected. They built their walls to last, and the walls have lasted, and that they would have understood and been glad of. But they never dreamed that their rubbish would be treasured, that the bones from their table and the broken pots from their kitchen would one day be lifted from the ground and studied with reverence. They never dreamed that a clerk's dull wage list would outlast every song sung in their hall. They never dreamed that a scholar's cross little note about a flaw would be remembered when so much else was forgotten. The past does not always keep what it meant to keep. Keeps what happens to survive, and what survives is often the small, the humble, the accidental, the overlooked. The great gate at Gaillard was guarded with the utmost care, and it was the unguarded drain that let the enemy in. And in just the same way, the grand chronicle is treasured, but it is the accidental grumble in the private letter that brings the room to life. The past, like the castle, is undone, and it is saved through its smallest and humblest doors. So let us gather it all up now, softly, everything we have seen, and hold it together one last time before we let it go and let sleep come. Because I want you to carry the true castle with you into your dreams tonight, and not the storybook one. The storybook castle is clean and bright and comfortable. Its floors are marble. Its halls are grand and empty and warm. Its lord lives at ease in a single fine home, in ordered peace, and its rooms are the rooms of a palace, each one kept for its own purpose, private and pleasant. That is the fairy tale, and it is a lovely thing to look at, and it is almost entirely untrue. The real castle was cold, with a cold that lived in the stone and could not be driven out, that the people fought all winter with fire and cloth and the warmth of one another's bodies. It was crowded, with a great household packed into a few large rooms, sleeping side by side on the rushes of the hall, private only at the very top, and even then only a little. It was smoky, and it was dim, its windows kept narrow for defence, its air hazed blue beneath the beams. It was strange, with its toilet built into the wall, and its furs hung in the fumes to keep off the moths, with its household forever on the move from castle to castle, carrying its beds and its tapestries and even its windows along the muddy roads. It was, above all, a machine for safety, built for surviving first and living second, so that every comfort was traded away for strength, the wide window for the arrow slit, the warm wall for the thick one, the private room for the defended hall. And it was made, all of it, by the labour of thousands of people whose names we will never know, over years and years, at a cost that could bankrupt a king, and it was tested, in the end, not by glorious charges, but by the slow grinding patience of the siege, and it stood or fell as often as not on the smallest of things, a well of water, a store of grain, an unguarded drain in the dark. Stranger than the fairy tale. Harder than the fairy tale. And so much more human than the fairy tale, so much fuller of real people doing their best in a hard world, being cold and being clever, being frightened and being brave, keeping each other warm by the fire while the winter pressed on the walls. That is the castle I want to leave with you. Not the shining picture, but the true one, cold and smoky and crowded and alive, the wood smoke drifting under the beams, and the sleepers breathing on the rushes, and the watch pacing the high walls under the stars. It is a harder picture than the storybook gives us. But it is a warmer one too in the end, because it is real, because it is full of people, because every cold stone of it was worn smooth by living hands. And there is more comfort, I think, in a true hard thing than in a lovely false one. The real past is a better companion for a quiet night than any fairy tale, because the real past was full of people just like us, tired at the end of the day, glad of warmth, glad of company, glad to lie down at last in a safe place and close their eyes. Which is, of course, exactly what you are about to do. So let us begin very gently to come back from the castle and to let the long night carry you the rest of the way down into sleep. Imagine the castle at the deepest hour of the night now, long past the middle of the dark, when everything has grown quiet and still. Let us walk back through it one more time, very slowly, not to learn anything now, not to notice anything new, only to say a soft good night to each part of it, the way you might walk once more through a house you love before you turn out the last of the light. We begin high up on the walls where the watch is pacing. There is always a watch, even now, even in the smallest hours, 1 or 2 figures wrapped in cloaks moving slowly along the ramparts under the stars, looking out over the dark country, listening to the night. The wind is soft up here and cold, and it smells of the fields and the far-off sea. Below and around, the land is black and sleeping, a few faint points of light where other fires burn in other homes far away. The watchman walks his slow round from tower to tower, and pauses and looks out and walks on. He is keeping the whole sleeping castle safe, all by himself, up here in the cold and the dark, and he does not mind, because it is his task, and because someone must. Let us leave him to his quiet pacing, and wish him a gentle watch, and go down out of the wind. Down the winding stair we go, round and round in the dark, our hand trailing on the cold curve of the wall, down into the body of the castle, where the air grows warmer and stiller. We come to the solar, the private chamber, and we do not go in, for the lord and lady are sleeping there behind their drawn bed curtains, in their warm cave of cloth, the fire banked low to a soft red glow that breathes in the dark. Tapestries hang still on the walls, their woven pictures lost in the shadow, quietly holding off the chill. All is peaceful here. The most private and precious pocket of the whole great building, warm and dim and silent, with 2 people sleeping safe inside their curtains while the winter waits beyond the stone. Good night to them. Let them sleep. Down again, past the low door of the garderobe standing quiet in the wall, its strange work done for the day, its furs hanging still in the dark. Down into the great hall, the heart of it all, where the fire has sunk to a deep bed of embers glowing softly in the middle of the floor, or in the great fireplace along the wall. And here, all across the rushes, the household lies sleeping. Dozens of them, wrapped in their cloaks, arranged across the floor in their long-remembered order, the greater near the warmth, the lesser near the cold doors, all of them breathing slow and deep in the red glow of the dying fire. The dogs are curled among them. The smoke has thinned to almost nothing under the high beams. The rushes give off their faint herb scent where the sleepers have crushed them. And over it all lies the enormous quiet of the hall, the great dark space rising into shadow above the sleeping crowd, holding them, keeping them, the whole warm breathing huddle of them, safe in the one alive room, at the centre of all that cold stone. Stay here a moment in the doorway of the hall, and simply look at them sleeping. There is nothing strange in this picture now, nothing hard, nothing to marvel at or shiver at. It is only people, tired people, at the end of a long day, lying down together in the warmth and closing their eyes. The Lord in his curtained bed above, the servants on the rushes below, the watchman on the wall, the man in the dark clearing the pit, the boy who turned the spit, now sleeping at last with his aching arm gone still. All of them resting. All of them safe for this one night behind the walls that cost so much to raise. The whole hard, strange machine of the castle has done its work, and the reward of all that stone and silver and labour is simply this. People inside can sleep. That is what it was all for, underneath everything. To make a place where tired people could lie down in the dark and not be afraid. That is what a home is, in the end, in any age. Place safe enough to sleep. And is that not exactly what you have too, tonight, wherever you are? Place safe enough to sleep. Walls around you, though they hold the warmth in instead of drinking it. A roof over you, though you never had to raise it stone by stone. Dark to close your eyes into, quiet and warm, with the cold and the trouble of the world kept off somewhere beyond the glass. You have what they had, the safe place to sleep, only easier, only softer, only warmer than the greatest lord among them ever knew. All those centuries of people longing to be warm and safe in the dark, and here you are, warm and safe in the dark, the quiet inheritor of everything they wished for. Feel the walls around you, and the warmth, and the safety, and let it be enough, because it is enough, it is everything, it is the very thing that all the stone was ever raised to give. Let us go outside now, one last time, out through the sleeping courtyard, past the banked fires of the kitchen still giving off their last low warmth into the night, out under the great gate with its patient traps all quiet now, its portcullis raised, its murder holes dark and empty, across the bridge, and out onto the road where we first began. And let us turn, the way you turn at the end of a visit, and look back at the castle one more time from the outside, in the dark. It looks, from here, just as it did when we first saw it in the grey morning. A great grey animal asleep on its hill, its back rounded with towers, its shoulders wrapped in stone. Only now it is night, and the animal is truly sleeping, and a thin thread of smoke still leans up from somewhere deep inside it into the starlit sky, the last breath of the banked fires, the sign that even in sleep the castle is warm at its heart. The moon hangs over it, the same moon that hangs over your own roof tonight, the same moon that has watched this castle and 10,000 others through all the long centuries, silver and patient and unchanged. It looked down on these people once. It looks down on you now. And between you and them, across all those hundreds of years, there is really so little difference in the things that matter most. They wanted to be warm. They wanted to be safe. They wanted to sleep without fear, and to wake to another day, and to be near the ones they loved. So do you. So does everyone who has ever lived. Castle changes. The moon does not. And neither, underneath everything, doth the tired human heart, longing at the end of the day for nothing more than a warm, safe place to lay its head. So let us stay out here on the quiet road a little longer, with the castle asleep behind us and the moon above, and let our thoughts slow down and drift the way thoughts do at the very edge of sleep. It is a strange and lovely thing to think about people who lived so long ago. 700 years. 800 years. It is such a great distance of time that the mind cannot really hold it, cannot truly feel how far away it is. And yet, when you come close to the small things of their lives, the distance seems to fold up and vanish, and they are suddenly near enough to touch. A person hanging their good coat where they hoped the moths would leave it be. Person drawing the curtains around the bed against the cold. A person glad of a hot bowl of stew at the end of a hard day. A person lying down to sleep near the fire, close to others, safe behind the walls. These are not the acts of strangers. These are the acts of people exactly like us, doing exactly what we do, wanting exactly what we want. Clothes were different, and the language and the beliefs and the hard, sharp facts of the world. The wanting was the same. The wanting is always the same. They wanted to be warm. Think how much of their lives went into that one simple wanting, the same wanting you feel tonight as you pull the covers a little closer. They gathered the wood, and they built the fires, and they wove the tapestries, and they drew the bed curtains, and they slept close together, all for the sake of being warm, of holding off the cold a little longer, of making one small circle of heat in a cold world and staying inside it. And you tonight are warm without any of that labor, warm as a gift, warm without having to earn it, and perhaps, drifting here at the edge of sleep, you can feel that warmth a little more deeply for knowing how hard it once was to come by. The warmth settle over you now. Let it sink into you, slow and heavy and kind. You are warm. That is enough. That was always enough. They wanted to be safe. Think how much of the castle, all that stone, all those years, all that silver, was really only this, one wanting made solid, the wish to be safe, to keep the danger outside and the loved ones inside, to lie down in the dark without fear. It is the oldest wish there is. It is older than castles, older than stone, as old as the first people who ever pulled their children close in the night and listened to the dark. And it is your wish too tonight, the wish to be safe, to rest without worry, to let the troubles of the day stay outside the door where they belong. And you are safe. Whatever the day held, it is over now, and the night has come, and there is nothing more that needs doing, nothing more that can be done until the light returns. You may set it all down. You may let the walls of the night hold you, the way the castle walls once held the sleepers on the rushes. The danger is outside. You are inside. Rest. And they wanted to sleep. At the end of every long day, whatever the day had been, they wanted only what you want now, to lie down and grow heavy and let go and sink into the soft dark of sleep. The watchman wanted it, up on his cold wall, dreaming of the moment his watch would end. The Lord wanted it behind his curtains. The servant wanted it on the rushes by the fire. The boy at the spit wanted it most of all, his tired arm at last set free. All of them, from the highest to the lowest, longing at the close of the day for the same soft mercy of sleep, the great gentle leveller that comes to king and servant alike, and asks nothing of either but that they close their eyes and let go. Sleep did not care who slept above the salt and who below it. Sleep came to all of them the same, softly in the warm dark, and carried them away. And it is coming to you now in just the same way, soft and warm and kind, asking nothing of you but that you let it. You do not have to do anything. You do not have to try. Sleep is not a task, and it is not a struggle. It is only a letting go, the same letting go that came to all those tired people in the castle, the same letting go that has come to every tired person who ever lived, at the end of every day since the beginning of the world. Your body knows how. It has always known how. All you have to do is allow it, and let yourself grow heavy, and let the thoughts slow and slow and slow until they blur softly into dream. Feel how heavy your body is becoming now, sinking down into the warmth beneath you, the way the sleepers sank into the rushes, the way the castle itself seems to sink and settle into its hill in the deep of the night. Your feet are heavy and warm. Your legs are heavy, sinking down. Your hands have grown soft and still. Your shoulders, which carry so much all day, have let their burden go, and settled, and grown heavy and loose. Even your face is soft now, the small muscles around your eyes and your jaw letting go one by one, the way a fire settles down into its embers, giving up the day, growing quiet, growing still. There is nowhere you need to be. There is nothing you need to do. There is only this warm, heavy stillness and the slow, soft rhythm of your own breathing, in and out, like the tide below the white cliff, like the moon crossing the sky, like the long, slow breathing of the sleeping castle itself. The stones stand quiet in the dark. The watch paces slow along the wall. The embers glow low in the hall, and the sleepers breathe, and the moon leans down, patient and silver, over the whole sleeping world, over the castle on its hill, and over you in your bed. The same moon, the same night, the same deep human quiet folding over all of it alike. 800 years fall away to nothing. There is only the warm dark and the slow breath and the coming of sleep. You are warm. You are safe. You are held. And the long night is carrying you gently down, the way it carried all of them, all those tired people, all those years ago, down and down into the soft country of dreams. And if sleep does not come all at once, that is perfectly all right. You do not need to chase it. Let your mind wander a little instead, softly, over the castle we have walked through, the way a mind wanders at the edge of dreaming, drifting from one gentle thing to another, with no hurry and no purpose. Let me give your wandering thoughts a few quiet things to rest on, and if you fall asleep somewhere in the middle of them, that is exactly right, and I will not mind at all. Let your thoughts drift for a while to all the people it took to run a castle, the many quiet hands we have not yet named. For a great household was not only a lord and a lady and a crowd of servants. It was a whole careful order of people, each with a place and a task, all of it arranged so that the vast strange machine of the castle would work from day to day without falling into chaos. There was a person whose whole life was the running of the household, the ordering of everything, the overseeing of all the rest, a steward, the great officer who held the whole domestic world of the castle in his hands. Everything passed through him, the stores and the accounts and the servants and the daily round, and without him the whole thing would have come slowly undone. Picture him moving through the castle, calm and busy, keeping the great machine turning, and then, at the end of his long day, lying down like everyone else, tired like everyone else, glad like everyone else to let it all go until morning. And there was a person who kept the private chambers, the chamberlain, whose care was the solar and the bedchamber, the fires and the candles and the comfort of the Lord in his most private rooms. And there was a person who kept the clothes and the treasures, the fine cloth and the furs and the precious things, a keeper of the wardrobe, whose task was to guard and tend all the costly stuff of a great household, and to see that the good garments were kept from the moths, by whatever means the age believed in. And there was a person who commanded the stables and the horses, and kept order among the rest of the servants, a marshal, a figure of real authority, on whose care rested the beasts that carried the whole household along its endless roads. Each of these was a real person, with a real life, doing a real and needed task, and together they held the castle up from the inside, the way the walls held it up from the outside. We remember the walls. We forget the people. But it was the people who truly made the place live. Let your thoughts drift, too, over all the smaller hands, the ones who never held any office at all, who simply worked. The cooks and the bakers in the heat, the boy at the spit, the grooms in the stables, warm among the horses on a cold night, which was not the worst place to be. The maids who carried the water, and tended the fires, and changed the linen. The laundresses who fought the endless war against the dirt and the pests. The man in the dark clearing the pit. Clerks with their patient pens, keeping the accounts that would one day, though they never knew it, become our clearest window into their whole world. The chaplain saying his quiet prayers in the little chapel. All of them, the whole crowd of them, each with a name once, each with a face, each with hopes and worries and a tiredness at the end of the day, exactly like your own. They are all gone now, everyone, their names mostly lost, their faces entirely lost, and yet the castle remembers them a little, in its worn stairs and its blackened hearths and its patient account books, and tonight, for a moment, we remember them too. That is a kind of gift, I think, to be remembered, even faintly, even by strangers, even 800 years too late. Let your drowsy thoughts hold them gently for a moment, all those unnamed working hands, and then let them go, softly, back into the long quiet where they rest. And let your mind wander, if it likes, over the sheer patience of it all, the slowness of that old world, which is so strange to us now, and, at this hour, so soothing to think of. Everything took a long time. Castle took a lifetime to build. A journey took days of walking beside creaking carts. A meal took hours to prepare over the fire. A letter took weeks to travel from one hand to another. Water took an age to heat, and wood a long labour to gather, and bread a slow rising and a careful baking. Nothing was fast. Nothing was instant. The whole of life moved at the pace of walking, and fire, and the turning of the seasons, and the people who lived it were not always fretting at the slowness the way we might, because slowness was simply the nature of the world, the only speed there had ever been. There is something restful in imagining that here in our hurried age. A world where waiting was normal. A world that moved no faster than a cart on a muddy road, or a fire heating a pot, or the sun crossing the sky. Let your own thoughts slow to that old gentle pace now. There is nowhere to rush to. There never really was. And notice as you drift how the light worked in that old world, because the light of the castle is one of the softest things to fall asleep thinking of. There was no bright, even glow at the turn of a switch. There was the fire, and there was the candle, and there was the small daylight that found its way through the narrow windows, and that was all. So the castle was a place of soft light and deep shadow, of pools of warm glow and long reaches of dark, of faces lit orange by the fire on one side and lost in shadow on the other. The light moved and breathed and flickered, never stood still and never lay flat. In the evening, the whole life of the castle gathered into the small, warm circles of firelight and candlelight, and beyond those circles the great rooms fell away into darkness, vast and quiet and full of shadow. People lived at the edge of the dark, always. The dark just there beyond the candle, and they were used to it and unafraid of it, in a way we can hardly imagine now, we who can banish the dark with a fingertip. Their nights were darker than ours, and longer and softer, lit only by flame. And there is something in that soft, flickering, fire-lit dark that is deeply restful to picture, as you lie here in your own gentle dark, letting the last of the day go. Let your thoughts drift, too, to water, for water was one of the quiet daily concerns of the castle, and one of the things it could least do without. We turn a handle, and it comes to us clean and endless, and we never think of it. But in the castle water was a thing that had to be found, and raised and carried by hand every single day. The most important source of all was the well, a deep shaft sunk down through the rock or the earth inside the walls, down and down to where the clean cold water waited far below. That well was one of the most precious things in the whole castle, more precious in its way than any treasure, because it meant that even shut in and cut off, even in the longest siege, the people within could always drink. Castle without water within its walls could not hold out at all. castle with a good deep well could last for months. So the well was life itself, sunk down through the stone, and it was tended and guarded and valued accordingly. And all day long water was drawn up from that well, bucket by bucket, on a rope or a chain, and carried where it was needed, to the kitchen for the cooking, to the hall for the washing of hands, to the chambers for the baths and the cleaning. Carrying water was one of the endless labours of the castle, heavy and constant, for water is heavy, and a great household needed a great deal of it, and every drop of it had to be lifted from the deep and carried on someone's aching shoulders to wherever it was wanted. Spare a soft thought for the ones who carried the water, up from the well and through the cold courtyards, day after day, so that the household could drink and cook and wash. It is one more of the quiet, unremembered labours that held the whole comfortable life of the castle up from below. One more pair of tired hands doing a necessary thing so that others need not think of it. Let your drowsy mind rest a moment on the deep, cool well, the clean water waiting far below in the dark, and then let it go. And let your thoughts drift, last of all, to the garden, for many a castle had one, a small green place tucked within or beside the walls, where herbs and vegetables and a few flowers were grown. It is a gentle thing to imagine, a garden inside a fortress, a small patch of green and growing life held within all that grey defensive stone. Here grew the herbs that flavoured the pottage and scented the rushes and served as the medicines of the age, the ones the household believed could soothe a fever or ease a pain. Here grew the vegetables for the pot, the onions and the leeks and the beans. And here sometimes grew flowers, planted for no reason but their beauty and their scent, a small kindness to the eye and the nose in the middle of the hard stone world. Someone tended that garden, someone knelt in the earth and planted and weeded and watered it, and found, perhaps, a quiet pleasure in the growing things, the same pleasure a person finds in a garden today. There is something deeply reassuring in that, the thought of a small green garden inside the castle walls, life and growth and gentleness held safe within the fortress, beauty planted in the very heart of a place built for war. Tells you, more softly than anything, that these were people who loved the small good things of life exactly as we do, who wanted green and growing beauty around them even behind their walls, who knelt in the earth and tended their herbs and their flowers while the great grey towers rose over them. The bees came to that garden in the warm months and moved among the flowers in the sun, and the sound of them was one more soft thread in the long quiet afternoons of the castle, a low and drowsy humming in the herbs, the same sound bees have made in gardens since the beginning of the world. Perhaps someone sat near them in the sun a while, and rested, and let the warm hum and the green scent carry their thoughts away, the way your own thoughts are being carried away now, softly, into the warm and drowsy dark. Let that green and quiet garden be one of the last things your mind holds tonight, growing softly inside the sheltering stone, and then let even that drift away into the warm dark. Let your thoughts drift now to the turning of the year in the castle, the slow wheel of the seasons, for the castle felt the seasons far more deeply than we do in our steady heated rooms, and to think of that turning is a peaceful thing. In the spring, The great cold that had lived in the stone all winter would loosen at last, and the days would lengthen, and the household might throw open the shutters and let the soft new air move through the rooms that had been shut and smoky for months. The old rushes could be cleared away and burned, and fresh green ones laid down, sweet and clean, with new herbs strewn among them. The world outside came back to life, the fields greening, the lambs in the meadows, the long light returning, and something of that lightness came into the castle too, into the people who had endured the dark months behind the walls. Spring in a castle must have felt like a great releasing, a coming up for air, and it is a gentle thing to imagine. The winter loosening its grip on the old stone, the fresh rushes on the floor, the soft, new light through the opened windows. In the summer, the castle was at its kindest. The stone, for a few short months, gave up its chill and even warmed a little in the long sun. This was the season of building, when the great works went forward, when the 3,500 men swarmed over the rising walls of Beaumaris in the light. It was the season of plenty, when the gardens gave their herbs and fruits, and the fields promised the harvest to come, and the household could sit in the evening light of the courtyard as the day cooled. The nights were short and soft. The great terror of the cold slept for a little while, and the people of the castle enjoyed the brief warm ease of it, knowing, as people who live close to the seasons always know, that it would not last, that the cold would return, that summer is a gift to be taken while it is given. There is a sweetness in that knowing, a way of loving the warm days more for their shortness, and it is a lovely thing to drift asleep considering. In the autumn, the great work of the year came to its head, the harvest, the gathering in, the filling of the storehouses against the winter. This was the anxious, busy, hopeful season, when everything depended on bringing in enough, on filling the barns and salting the meat and laying up the grain and the ale, so that the castle could feed itself through the cold months, and, if it came to it, through a siege. The whole life of the place bent toward the storehouses now, toward safety, toward having enough. And when the stores were full, when the harvest was in and the barns were packed and the winter was provided for, there must have been a deep, quiet satisfaction in it, the satisfaction of being ready, of being safe, of having done the work that would carry them through the dark. Let your drowsy mind rest on that full storehouse, that sense of being ready for whatever comes, that oldest and deepest comfort of having enough laid by. And then the winter, which we have spoken of so much tonight, the long, hard testing season, when the cold came back into the stone, and the days shrank down to a few grey hours, and the household drew in upon itself, close to the fires, wrapped in wool and fur, waiting out the dark. It was the hardest season, and yet there was a gathering warmth in it too, a drawing together, for winter is the season that pushes people close, into the firelight, into each other's company, into the shared warmth of the hall. The great feasts of the deep winter, the holy days that fell in the darkest weeks of the year, were bright islands of warmth and light, and plenty set down in the middle of the cold, and they were loved all the more for the darkness around them. To feast and sing and be warm together while the winter howled at the walls, that was one of the great joys of the castle year, and it is not so different from the small bright warmth we still make for ourselves in the dark heart of the winter, the lights we hang, the fires we light, the gathering close of those we love. The seasons turned then as they turn now, the same great wheel, spring and summer and autumn and winter, over and over, year upon year, and the people of the castle rode that wheel as we ride it still. And over the years the wheel turned enough times that whole lives were lived inside those walls. Children were born in the castle, in the solar most likely, in the warm curtained bed, and they grew up running through the great hall and up and down the winding stairs, learning the castle the way a child learns a home, every corner and every shadow of it known by heart. They grew into men and women within those walls, and married and had children of their own, and grew old and died there too, and were carried out to their rest, and the castle went on, holding the next generation the way it had held the last. Generations passed through it like the seasons, one after another, born and grown and gone, while the stone stood unchanged, remembering all of them and none of them, keeping them all safe in their turn, and then letting them go. There is something vast and gentle in that, the thought of all those lives, whole lives, lived out inside the one great house across the centuries, each one feeling like the whole world to the person living it, each one now a faint warm ghost in the memory of the stone. And the castle outlived them all. That is the strange quiet truth at the end of it. People who built it, gone. The Lord who first ruled it, gone. His children and their children, all the long line of them, gone. The servants who slept on its rushes, and the cooks who sweated at its fires, and the clerks who kept its accounts, gone. Everyone, their names mostly lost to us forever. And still the castle stands. Still the grey walls rise on the hill. Still the winding stairs turn, and the arrow loops look out over the country, and the great hall stands open to the sky where its roof has fallen in, and the moon crosses over it night after night, as it always has. The people were the life of it, and the people are gone, and yet the stone remains, patient and quiet, keeping the shape of all those vanished lives, the last long memory of a world that has otherwise slipped entirely away. We began the night by saying that the stones remember them a little. This is what that means. That the stones can think, or grieve, or recall. Only that they keep the shape of what once was, and that a person today, standing among them, can feel the vanished life pressing up out of the stone, and remember for a moment on behalf of all those who no longer can. Let us listen now one last time to the sounds of the castle at night, for sound is the softest doorway into sleep, and the castle by night was full of gentle sounds to carry a tired person down. There was the fire, always the fire, the low, steady heart of every quiet hour. The soft collapse of a burned log settling into embers. The faint hiss and tick of the wood. The occasional small shift and crumble as the fire sank lower, deep in the night, throwing up a brief soft glow and then settling again into its red bed. It is one of the oldest comforting sounds there is, the sound of a fire burning low in the dark, and the people of the castle fell asleep to it every night of their lives, as people have fallen asleep to fire since long before there were castles, since the very first nights around the very first flames. that soft sound be in your ears now, the gentle settling of the fire, and let it carry you. There was the wind, moving around the great stone shape of the castle, finding the cracks and the corners, breathing softly through the arrow loops, sighing along the ramparts where the watchmen paced. In a castle the wind was always there, a low constant voice around the walls, rising and falling, never quite gone. And inside, sheltered behind the thick stone, a person could lie and listen to that wind and feel, in its very sound, how safe they were, how the wind was out there and they were in here, how all the cold and the weather and the wild dark of the night were kept off by the walls that had cost so much to raise. There are few things more restful than lying warm and safe and listening to the wind outside, knowing it cannot reach you. The sleepers on the rushes knew that comfort. You know it too tonight. Let the sound of the far-off wind be soft around you, out there, beyond the walls, while you lie warm and safe within. There were the small sounds of the sleeping household, the low breathing of many people at rest, the occasional shift and murmur, the settling of the dogs, the soft creak of timber somewhere in the great frame of the building as it cooled in the night. There was, far off, the call of an owl out over the dark fields, or the bark of a fox, the small voices of the night country beyond the walls. And beneath all of it, holding all of it, there was the great deep silence of the medieval night, a silence far deeper than any we know now, for their world had no engines, no machines, no hum of anything. Nothing but the wind and the fire and the voices of living things. When the fire settled and the wind dropped and the sleepers all lay still, the silence that came down over the castle was total and vast and old, the silence of a world that went dark and quiet every single night, completely, from horizon to horizon. It is a silence we can hardly imagine, and it is the very silence I wish for you now, deep and soft and complete, folding down over you the way it folded down over the castle, hushing everything, stilling everything, carrying everything gently down towards sleep. And in that great silence, if a sleeper woke for a moment in the deep of the night, what would they see? They would see the last red glow of the embers, low and soft. They would see, perhaps, through a narrow window, a scattering of stars, or the cold light of the moon lying pale across the floor. They would hear the breathing of the others near them, and the far wind, and nothing more. And they would feel, in that waking moment, the deep safety of the place, the walls around them, the warmth beside them, the watch keeping its faithful round above, and they would close their eyes again and sink back down into sleep, untroubled, held exactly as you are held now. There is a great tenderness in imagining that, the sleeper waking softly in the firelit dark, seeing the embers and the stars, and letting go again, trusting the night, trusting the walls, trusting that morning would come as it always came. Let yourself be that sleeper now. Let yourself trust the night, and the quiet, and the warmth, and let go. For morning did always come. That is the last gentle thing to rest on. However long and cold the night, however deep the dark, the light always returned in the end. The grey dawn always came creeping at last through the narrow windows. Fires were stirred back to life. The household rose from the rushes, stiff and yawning, and the great slow day of the castle began again. The water carried, the bread baked, the beasts tended, the whole patient round of living taken up once more. The night was never the end of anything. It was only the rest between the days, the deep pause in which everyone, from the lord to the lowest, laid down their burdens and their labours and simply slept, and gathered their strength, and waited, without even knowing they were waiting, for the light to come back and call them up into another day. The night was for rest. Only rest. Nothing more was asked of it, and nothing more is asked of you now. This is your night, your pause, your deep quiet rest between the day that is done and the day that is not yet come. You do not have to think about the morning. The morning will take care of itself, as it always has, as it always will. Tonight there is only rest. So let the day that is finished truly be finished now. Let it go, all of it, the whole long day behind you, the doing and the trying and the carrying. Let it settle and sink and fade, the way the castle sank into the dark, the way the fire sank into its embers, the way the whole old world sank each night into its deep and total quiet. There is nothing left to do. There is nowhere left to go. There is only here and now, and the warm dark, and the soft slow breath, and the sleep that is already rising up to meet you, gentle as the tide, patient as the moon. And let your drowsy thoughts drift, one last soft time, to the inner world of the people who lived in the castle, to what they carried inside them as they went about their days among all that stone. For a home is never only its walls and its rooms. It is also the beliefs and the hopes and the small daily habits of the people who fill it, and the castle was full of an inner life we can only glimpse, faint and far away, but touching all the same. Their days were shaped by faith, far more than ours usually are, and there was a great gentle rhythm in that. Most castles of any size had a chapel, a small quiet room set apart for prayer, and a chaplain to keep it, and the hours of the day were marked and measured by prayer in a way that gave the whole of life a slow and steady beat. The bells of a church, or the call to the chapel, divided the day into its parts, morning and midday and evening and night, so that even the passing of the hours was a soft and holy thing, announced by a bell, kept by a rhythm older than any single life. Imagine living inside that gentle order, the day carried along by its quiet round of prayer, each part of it marked and blessed, the bells sounding softly across the courtyard to call the household to pause and bow, and remember something larger than themselves before returning to the work of living. There is a deep peace in that kind of rhythm, and it is a peaceful thing to drift asleep imagining the soft bell across the evening courtyard, calling the tired household to a moment of stillness before the dark. And they lived close to the great questions in a way we sometimes hold at arm's length. Life was more fragile then, and everyone knew it, and so they thought often of the things that matter most, of mercy and of grace, and of the hope of something beyond the hard short span of an earthly life. Gave them, I think, a certain steadiness in the face of the cold and the danger and the loss that filled their world. They did not expect life to be easy, and so they were not undone when it was hard. They leaned on their faith and on each other and on the slow turning of the seasons and the prayers, and they endured, and they even found joy, real joy, in the warm hall and the shared feast and the bright holy days, joy made deeper by the hardness all around it. There is a lesson in that for any tired heart, that comfort is sweetest set against difficulty, that warmth means most in the cold, that the small good things of a life are made precious, not poorer, by the hard things that surround them. Thought rest gently on you now, warm and steadying, as you lie here safe in your own small good moment of warmth and quiet. And they told stories, as we have told a story tonight. In the evenings, in the great hall, when the meal was done and the fire still burned and the long dark pressed on the walls, someone would often tell a tale, or sing a song, or play a little music, and the whole household would gather close to listen. This was one of the great warm pleasures of the castle, the shared story in the fire-lit hall, the voices and the music filling the dark, holding off the night with something warm and human and shared. It is one of the oldest comforts there is, older even than the castle, older than stone, as old as the first people who ever gathered around the first fire and told the first tale to keep the dark at bay. And it is exactly what we have done tonight, you and I, across all those centuries. We have gathered by a fire of sorts in the dark and shared a story to keep the night soft and to carry a tired soul toward rest. In that, we are no different at all from the people in the hall. The story by the fire in the dark is one of the deepest and most unchanging of all human comforts, and it reaches straight from their firelit hall to your quiet room tonight, unbroken across 800 years. So we are not so far from them, in the end, not far at all. They gathered by the fire, and so have we. They told stories in the dark to soften the night, and so have we. They longed to be warm and safe and near to those they loved, and to lay down their burdens at the end of the day and sleep, and so do we, so do you, so does everyone who has ever lived and ever will. Castle changes. Clothes change. The hard facts of the world change, and change again. The warm human heart at the center of it does not change, has never changed, wants tonight exactly what it wanted 800 years ago in the firelit hall. To rest, to be at peace, to be carried gently into the soft country of sleep, held safe until the light returns. And so let that be the last soft thought you hold as you drift the final distance down into rest, that you are joined tonight across all that time to every tired person who ever lay down in the warm dark and closed their eyes, to the sleepers on the rushes, to the Lord behind his curtains, to the watchman dreaming of the end of his watch, to all of them, and to all the countless others across all the ages, every soul that ever sought the simple mercy of sleep at the end of a long day. You are one of them, and they are with you, and the same gentle dark that carried all of them down is carrying you down now, soft and warm and kind, asking nothing, holding everything, bearing you at last into your rest. We have come a long way tonight, you and I. We began on the muddy road in the grey light of morning, looking up at a great castle that rose out of the mist like a sleeping animal on its hill. And we walked in, through the trap of the gate, into the crowded, smoky warmth of the great hall, up the winding stair to the quiet solar, into the strange little world of the garderobe, down into the roar and heat of the kitchen. We felt the cold seep out of the stone. We watched the great household wind along the roads, carrying its beds and its tapestries and even its windows. We stood on the rocks of Wales while a king poured out a fortune and a quiet master builder raised the mightiest castles of his age. We watched, softly, the long patience of a siege and the fall of a great fortress through its humblest door. And we sat together and wondered how we could possibly know any of it, and found the answer in the stones and the buried rubbish and the patient account books and a scholar's grumble about a dirty floor. And through all of it we followed one soft thread, again and again, like a tide returning to the same stretch of sand, that the real castle was stranger and harder and more human than the fairy tale. Not a place of clean marble and easy comfort, but a place of cold stone and crowded halls and clever, cruel defences, of enormous labour and enormous cost, of tired people keeping each other warm by the fire while the winter pressed on the walls. Harder than the story, stranger than the story, and warmer than the story in the end, because it was real, because it was full of people, because every worn stone of it had been touched by living hands, hands exactly like your own. Now the castle is behind us, asleep on its hill under the patient moon, the same moon that hangs over your own roof tonight. Thin thread of smoke still leans up from its banked fires into the starlit sky, the last sign of the warmth at its heart. The watch paces slow along the wall. The sleepers breathe on the rushes in the red glow of the dying fire. And all of it, all that long vanished life, rests quiet in the dark, safe behind the walls, as it has rested for 800 years, as it will rest for 800 more. And you are resting too now, warm and safe and held, the quiet inheritor of everything, all those tired people ever wished for. A warm place, a safe place, dark to close your eyes into, with the cold and the trouble of the world kept off beyond the glass. You have what they longed for, only softer, only easier, only warmer than the greatest lord among them ever knew. Feel it around you now, that warmth, that safety, and let it be enough, because it is enough. It is everything. It is the very thing all that stone was ever raised to give. You do not need to stay with me any longer. You do not need to follow the words or hold on to a single thing we have seen. You may let all of it go now, the castle and the cold and the kings and the stones. Let it drift away into the dark like smoke, and keep only the warmth and the quiet and the deep, soft heaviness of your own body sinking down into rest. Let your breathing slow. Let it grow soft and long and easy, in and out, slow as the tide below the white cliff, slow as the moon crossing the sky. Let your body grow heavy and heavier, sinking down into the warmth beneath you, the way the sleepers sank into the rushes, the way the old castle sank into its hill in the deep of the night. There is nothing left to do. There is nowhere left to be. There is only the warm dark and the soft breath and the long gentle quiet carrying you down. If a calm voice helped you find your rest tonight, you might like to come and rest with us again some other night, when the day is done and the dark comes down and you need a quiet place to lay your head. There will always be another story here, told softly at the pace of a quiet breath, to carry you off to sleep. But that is for another night. For now, there is only this one. Let your shoulders be heavy. Let your hands be still. Let your face grow soft. Let the whole weight of you settle down into the warm and the dark and the safe. Castle is sleeping. The moon is watching. And you are warm, and you are held, and you are carried gently all the way down. Sleep now. Rest now. Good night.